All right, greetings and salutations, everybody. My name is Andrew Kirchhoff, and welcome to today's live stream as we will be reacting live to the 2022 NFL Draft. Again, for majority of today's stream, of course, we're going to be reacting to all 32 selections from the NFL Draft, which will be starting in about 30 minutes from now. I'll give you guys my thoughts, all things fantasy football. Obviously, we're looking for offensive players to be drafted for us, to keep it a little bit more exciting. But of course, I'll give you guys my analysis on some of the defensive pickups accordingly. As you guys all know, the chat is open. If you've got a question, just go ahead, type it in there, and I'll be sure to answer it, help you guys out. If you have any questions regarding fantasy football or just football in general, we're here to talk. I'll be here for the next probably 4 to 5 hours. That's how long the first round of the NFL Draft typically takes. I mean, when we talk about how long I was here last year, I think it was about a 4.5 hour stream. I'm buckled in. I got the seatbelt on and I'm ready to go. Glad to see many of you guys have already arrived here. Seeing from the chat, Michael, how's it going? David, the homie, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. He's saying the Cowboys are winning the draft this year. Well, if I'm a Cowboys fan, you lost Amari Cooper technically to trade because the contract was a little too hefty. Maybe you go draft another wide receiver, a young gun that potentially could help Dak Prescott continue his dominance that he has shown. They were the highest scoring offense last season, but either way, as you guys can see to the left of me, there is a draft board. As players are selected throughout today's stream, I will be, throwing it up there, updating that if a trade is made. There's been a lot of rumblings over the last week and a half about Deebo Samuel potentially being on the move, whether it be traded to the Jets or the Packers, or, if anything of that is to transpire, I'll, of course, adjust it accordingly on screen and we'll be good to go. I hope you guys are excited. Again, like Brian just said in the chat, how you doing, Brian? Smash the like button, of course, show support via the channel. I mean, your viewership is the main source of support, and I appreciate you guys always coming out here, showing me that support with your viewership. But if you guys could, click the like button down below. It certainly does help boost the algorithm, helps the channel grow, etc. I appreciate it a lot. It's gonna be a very interesting draft. I mean, there hasn't been a draft I guess in recent memory there have, but there typically aren't drafts as of late that have gone where we're going into the first overall pick and we have no 100% definitive idea as to who is being selected. Now, the Jacksonville Jaguars, this is the second consecutive year in which they will be taking the number 1 overall pick. Trevor Lawrence the year prior. Obviously, he still needs to develop. I mean, they could go defense, as we've seen. They can go offensive line. I mean, there is a plethora of ways that they can go. But it's just interesting to see how the top of the board isn't solidified compared to last year, right? Trevor Lawrence, number 1. Then the Jets at number 2 were, going to take Zach Wilson. The 49ers traded up last season for the number 3 spot to solidify that they were going to get a quarterback who that was up, in the air. But either way, I'm going to go ahead and kind of move some stuff over really quickly. And let's do that. And let's go ahead and just hop into the chat while we're waiting for the, the draft festivities to begin. I'll be answering questions. Let's see here. Scrolling up a little bit. Cinco says, let's go Pittsburgh. I mean, look, Pittsburgh, everyone's thinking, what are they going to do with quarterback? Are they going to grab one? Or are they going to ride Mitchell Trubisky this season and see how much, he still has left in the tank? It's definitely a question there. If they took offensive line for fantasy purposes, that could be great for, their respective running back. But I think they're looking at quarterback and they might have to make a move to come up the board to grab one, specifically one that they like. But, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, again, next year's quarterback draft class is so much more superior than this season's. I mean, again, we don't know what these young men are going to become. We truly don't. We could say, oh, they don't look like great prospects, and all of a sudden they're the next, big thing. So you never know. Rocket says Sauce to Houston. Yeah. The cornerback out of, I forget what school he was. I think it was Louisville, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. Yeah, he's a heck of a cornerback. So if anybody gets him, doesn't matter. They're obviously making an upgrade there. He's a smaller guy, but in terms of weight, but in terms of height, he'll get it done. He'll be fine. Who are the Jets taking? I have no clue. I mean, the Jets, all in all, just need help across the board. I mean, they have 2 picks in the top 10. So anywhere they can improve, by all means, they should do so. Let's see here. Want to see? Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, look, the Vikings at 12. Look, like last season, from what I can remember, the immediate trades during the draft were in that like 8 to 12 range. We saw like Dallas and Philadelphia move around in that area. We could see some teams, if players fall accordingly, try to make a jump up into that position. If of course teams want to move back, but we're gonna have to wait and see how this all transpires. Calling it now, Broncos getting far in the playoffs. I mean, Jeremy, I don't think you're alone in that opinion. Obviously, the Broncos don't have a pick today. They are not the only team that doesn't have a pick today. There's been a lot of teams this offseason that have traded their first round picks, of course, for the potential of their respective team's future. Specifically, I mean, of course, we all know the Bears last year, they traded up in order to secure Justin Fields. They will no longer have a first-round pick. The first-round pick that they had has been forfeited to the New York Giants. Of course, the Rams, we already know the Rams traded for Matthew Stafford. That is why the 32nd pick belongs to the Detroit Lions today. The 49ers don't have a first-round pick because, of course, the amount of, they gave up a lot to go for Trey Lance. Obviously, they're going to stick with him this year, but we'll see how that goes. The Colts don't have a first-round pick. The Browns don't have a first-round pick today because, of course, they traded for Deshaun Watson this offseason. The Dolphins don't have a first-round pick going after, what they have, the large haul for one Tyreek Hill. And then the Broncos, like we just prior mentioned. A lot of teams certainly not in the mix today, but they've built their teams in a position where they should have a lot of success this season. I appreciate you guys showing love in the chat. Welcome, Sammy. How's it going? How's it going, Fisher? Okay, Michael says, where do the Eagles go tonight? Defense or both? I mean, look, here's the thing about the Eagles. They need wide receivers. If you really want to give Jalen Hurts more of an opportunity to succeed, their offensive line is pretty stacked. I think you're going to need to think about your interior offensive line. Brandon Brooks just retired this offseason. They did sign Jason Kelce, all-pro center, one of the best to ever do it, to a one more year extension, $14 million. He's being paid at the top of his respective position, but ultimately it is going to probably be his final season. So you might want to go ahead and draft interior offensive linemen. They do love to run the ball there. They got a running quarterback, all in all. But I truly do think he needs another receiver. He needs another receiving threat. Goddard and, of course, Devonta Smith, they'll continue to improve. They're younger players, but you got to continue to build and get other guys going. Let's see here. Hello from Germany, says Ramen. Thanks for joining us today. Julian says, do you have an underdog code? You know what? Great question, Julian. I'm glad that you brought that up. Of course we do here. The code will be on screen. Use code Andrew. But if you guys want, I'll go ahead and do my little bit, 20-second ad break. For those of you guys who haven't checked out Underdog Fantasy, of course, they're on screen here. And of course, helping support the channel and giving you guys an opportunity to show your fantasy skills via their website. If you guys haven't checked them out, there's a link down in the description. And of course, if you want to sign up today using promo code Andrew, Underdog Fantasy is willing to match up to $100 of your first deposit. So if you drop $100, they'll go ahead and match that, set you up to start with $200. Of course, after today's respective draft in the next coming days, Best Ball Mania 3 will probably be active. There's going to be a lot of hype surrounding that, a giant prize pool, and a lot of fun to be had for those of you this offseason that are trying to go ahead and get ahead of the competition, start getting into drafts, and start kind of building more and more comfortability. So once you get to your drafts, in July, August, September, you're not feeling nervous about, the player that I wanted has been selected. I don't know where to go. And then you all of a sudden start drafting frantically. You don't want to panic. You want to continue to build experience in drafting. Underdog's the best way to do this. So if you're interested in doing so, sign up today using promo code Andrew. Check that out. Link in the description. Thank you very much. All right, let's see here. Devontae already won this. Yeah, listen. The Raider Nation obviously found themselves a lot of success. I mean, there was a little bit of those rumors the last couple of days, of course, regarding Darren Waller potentially being moved. They've obviously nipped those in the butt. They said, no, you're not being traded, Darren Waller. Don't worry about it. They shouldn't trade Darren Waller. If they were smart, they wouldn't. I mean, even if somebody was offering a second-round price tag, they're in a position where they can very easily win some games. I know it's a tough division in the respective AFC West, and also the AFC is an entire umbrella. That is tough, but I mean, this is a team that just made the playoffs without Davante Adams' services. You go ahead and improve offensive line. You get, healthier across the board. Darren Waller missed a lot of time last year. And this is still a team that was able to make the playoffs with really an underwhelming defense. You change up the the head coach, the offense coordinator, everything begins to get in the right direction. Got yourselves a pretty good overall team there with the Raiders in Las Vegas. And of course, the draft tonight being streamed and kind of taken care of from Las Vegas. Very exciting. I would have loved to be there, but I'd rather be here with you guys talking fantasy instead of out there figuring it out. All right, let's see here. Larry, interesting comment. Thank you very much. What's your top 10 look like, Andrew? As in this draft, Colton? Is that what you're referring to? Because honestly, okay, so I'll probably say it a bunch of times tonight, guys. I don't care who gets drafted where. Just get it done so that I can start doing my fantasy research and I can start preparing videos in regards to, what wide receiver goes where and whether they're going to have value, what quarterback goes where, whether that's going to potentially blossom value for, the respective receivers in that offense or vice versa. I doubt any running backs get taken in the first round today. If they do, that'll be a huge surprise. That'll probably be tomorrow in the second and third rounds, as we've seen in many years as of late. But yeah, I mean, listen, I really don't care what gets selected. I'm a Rams and Chargers fan. I'm here based in LA. Of course, the Rams aren't picking tonight. The Chargers are at 17. So in terms of my home, I guess bias per se, of course, I'd love to see the Chargers improve anywhere, specifically on the defense, because that was their main problem last year. But yeah, we'll see. Let's see here. Who should the Seahawks pick? I mean, it depends what the Seahawks want to do, but I think they'll probably be in a good position to improve their offensive line. They have probably, in my opinion, one of the worst, if not the worst offensive line going into this offseason, considering the moves they have made and the unfortunate retiring of their left tackle and all this kind of stuff, Russell Wilson leaving. You still got to protect your respective quarterback. Russell Wilson was able to get it done because of the fact he was highly mobile. I understand Drew Lock has mobility, but if that's the guy you're going to put under center, you need to protect him in order to help him succeed. What position do you think the Patriots need most at the 21st position? Okay, so let's think about this. In terms of receivers across the board, they got Devontae Parker. They already still have, Kendrick Bourne, who they signed last year, Nelson Aguilar. They have their, Jonnu Smith, Hunter Henry. They got a plethora of running backs. They re-signed James White. I don't think they're going to go after wide receiver or anything of that nature. Offensive line, they're stacked. Obviously, if they had Shaq Mason, they traded him this offseason for a 5th-round pick to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They were one of the best run-blocking offensive lines across the board. They still have 4 of those 5 guys remaining, so that's fine. I think they're probably going to go cornerback. I mean, there's a reason why you let the guy walk away and go over to the Los Angeles Chargers this offseason because they didn't want to pay him. I think they're probably just going to go ahead and retool in that regard and go after a corner. So we'll have to wait and see. But for right now, it's probably where they're going to go. Let's see here. Easy J says Trey Lance over Jimmy Garbage. I mean, listen, Jimmy G wins games. And to be honest, in fantasy, sure, that doesn't help us if the quarterback's not able to, potentially accentuate the skills of his respective receivers. He was able to get it done with Deebo Samuel. Of course, Deebo got a lot of his production on the ground. But the whole question is, the business of the NFL is all about winning. And if you are a winning quarterback, then of course you're gonna be on a team. So Jimmy, I know he's dealing with a shoulder injury, but probably he's gonna have to be moved. If they don't have to move him, I mean, that's a lot of money they owe him. I think they owe him like 14 to 20 million this season. Jimmy definitely gonna weigh a lot on their overall cap this season. What do the Cowboys do to get rid of their first round pick? What the Cowboys do to get rid of... They still have a first-round pick. They have the 24th overall selection, so they're good to go. I mean, the rumblings from today is that, Jerry Jones wants to move up and go ahead and draft earlier. Of course he does. He wants better talent. He wants guys that are going to be immediate impacts instead of guys that potentially could fizzle out in the late first round, but we'll see. Colton says, okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, listen, Sunday mornings during the season, I mean, this is typically the longest show of the season. Even, Sunday mornings throughout the regular season, as we do, respective 2-hour streams from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m., this is going to be almost twice as long. So it's going to be very interesting. Of course, I'm probably going to lose my voice by the end of this, but, you got to pay a price eventually. Sammy says, doing good, thank you. Don't get here much, but you are respected. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Rocket says Tyreek Hill still a top 5 wide receiver with Tua. That's a really good question. I mean, we don't know what I guess respectively, we could predict what the offense will look like in regards to what the 49ers ran last year and what the new head coach slash offensive minded head coach of the Dolphins wants to do, Mike McDaniels. I think Tyreek Hill has the potential of being a top 5. Will he get there? I think it's far safer to predict that he'll end up if a top 5. I don't think he'll be able to respectively outproduce the likes of Cooper Kupp, Justin Jefferson, potentially Jamar Chase. Those are guys that are going to be tough to catch up to, respectively, considering how much opportunity they'll get. And of course, Tyreek Hill is going to have to compete with targets from Jalen Waddle, Mike Gesicki, and the respective running backs. There's a lot of mouths to feed, but of course, Tyreek Hill should be the number 1 in that offense. But again, I mean, if you want to be a top 5 wide receiver in fantasy, we all know, besides the catches and the opportunity you're going to get, you have to score touchdowns. He's a touchdown machine, but it's a matter of whether they set him up in the positions to end up scoring down in the red zone, whether it's rushing or receiving. He's got to get up, to that 9, 10, 12 touchdown range if he wants to get into that conversation. Let's see here. Pick a player to be this year's Mac Jones or the most potential to make the immediate impact. I mean, if someone's going to make immediate impact, I don't think it's going to be a quarterback per se. I mean, I'm thinking of offenses that need respective quarterbacks. Of course, the Carolina Panthers, they are in desperate need, but everything is kind of shown that they're most likely not going to be going for a quarterback unless, they trade down, take a quarterback, get an investment there. I mean, when I think of Matt Rule, the head coach, he has had 3, or has it been 3? I think it's been maybe 2 seasons, 2 unsuccessful seasons back to back. And of course, a lot of quarterback question marks there in Carolina. If they want to go ahead and figure it out, then sure, you can try to maybe draft a quarterback, but I think Matt Rule's on the chopping block. If they really want him to keep his job, they gotta trade for like Jimmy Garoppolo. I really do think so. They might have to go, and Carolina might have to trade, whether it's during this draft or after, for Garoppolo. Maybe try to grab Deebo Samuel. I know Deebo Samuel went to school in South Carolina. It's in the local area, I suppose. You can go ahead and grab those 2 guys, implement them into this offense, and have yourself a pretty nasty team there in the NFC South. But I don't know if there's anybody that's making immediate impact like a Mac Jones or some of these rookie quarterbacks do. I guess rookie receiver-wise, it depends where they end up, right? If you take a Drake London, if you take a Garrett Wilson, if you take, Chris Olave, and you put them on a team that doesn't have the greatest quarterback potential in comparison to putting them on the Packers or putting them on the Chiefs, there's a huge difference maker there. So, I don't know. I guess we'll just have to wait and see where they land. There's a lot of questions up in the air. Let's see here. Waller, the baller isn't going anywhere. Yeah, no, listen, of course he's not, Brian. They shouldn't move him. He's far too important to that team. And of course has balled out so often for them that if you get rid of him, you're just making your offense that much weaker. Who in the top 10 do you think will drop? I mean, who is going to drop in terms of, to be honest, if anybody is going to, I would respectively think that one of the teams with 2 picks would feel more comfortable leaving the first round top 10, whether it's the Giants or the Jets. So if anybody's going to respectively move, I would think that maybe they're like, okay, we can get a little bit of draft capital later in this, respective draft or, today and on day 2 if we move down just a couple pieces. But again, it's just a matter of who falls. Look, I'm telling you, like I was mentioning earlier, it is so difficult to predict what is going to happen when we don't even know who the first pick is going to be. Is it Thibodeau? Is it going to be Hutchinson? Is it going to be Walker? We have no clue. Of course, there's, like sports books moving lines and kind of giving us some sort of indication, but really there's no definitive idea. No one has come out and said, yes, we are taking this player at number 1. We are taking this player at number 2 if they're available. It's everybody's holding their cards close to them just so no one's peeking over and figuring out what they want to do. Pretty much keeping everyone on their toes at this point. What do you think about Atlanta? I mean, look, Atlanta looks like they're probably going to keep Mariota, if they take quarterback, I don't think it'd be a bad idea. You can learn behind Mariota for a year, take over the offense, but the offense as a whole is not built at all. They have no receivers. I mean, their best technical receiver is Cordero Patterson, but he's playing running back for them, right? So then it's Kyle Pitts. If you want to make Kyle Pitts a number one wide receiver in your respective offense, you can go ahead and do so. But we saw it last year. As soon as Calvin Ridley left, Kyle Pitts saw a lot of struggle after that because a lot of defenses were putting their respective number one corners on him. So you probably need to improve receiver. You certainly need to improve offensive line. I would say that they have a 3 solid offensive linemen. Of course, Jake Matthews at the left tackle position needs to improve, but on the right side of the offensive line, McGarry, the right tackle, and I think it's Lindstrom that's playing right guard for them. They've got a lot of talent there. I mean, those are 2 guys that were former first-round picks just a couple years back. They have talent up there, but still, it wasn't enough to protect Matt Ryan. Maybe it's because the receiving talent just wasn't getting open. So if I'm fantasy booking, I want them to draft a receiver. So whoever ends up being the quarterback in future seasons at least has a little bit of value to kind of boost the fantasy. Raiders already won the draft, says Chaos Lord. Lock it up championship. Okay, listen. It's going to be very interesting to see how the Raiders produce this season. Of course, with a coaching change, that is the biggest difference in my opinion. Of course, you add Devontae Adams to the mix. That in itself is just a completely different conversation. But I think Josh McDaniels taking another crack at being a head coach, leading this offense, it's going to be very fun to watch. I mean, we know what Josh McDaniels wants to do. He wants to run the ball. We've seen that whether it was with Brady or without Brady. He feeds his respective running backs the ball, whether it's on the ground or through the air, a bunch. So Jacobs, Kenyon Drake, I mean, they brought in Brandon Bolden. I think they also brought in another running back as their 4th. I think it was Amir Abdullah this offseason. They got rid of Peyton Barber. They got rid of Jalen Richard. So they're retooling. They have a running back by committee. Of course, they have a couple lead backs there, but they're going to run the ball a lot. So the Raiders just need to go ahead and just do a little bit of what they were doing last year. And I think they'll be in a pretty good position to vie for a playoff spot. I wouldn't even be surprised if every team from the AFC West made the playoffs, which would be, of course, Raiders, Chargers, Chiefs, and Broncos. If all 4 of them made the playoffs, it wouldn't surprise me. But again, it's a very competitive division over there in the AFC. Somebody's got to lose every single week, so it's going to be tough. Atlanta should sign AB. I mean, here's the thing. Are the Atlanta Falcons looking to win games right now? Do they believe that they are in contention to winning a Super Bowl this season in 2022? I would say there's probably 5 to 7 teams right now that truly believe that they can win a Super Bowl this year in the NFL. And I truly think there are maybe 2 or 3 of those teams that actually are talented enough right now to do that. So for some of these teams that are not in the late game process, they are still building. They don't need to go and sign AB. They don't need to add anything to their team that is just going to make it a worse experience. Sure, you want to win games. Sure, you want to please, the owner and the fans. But I think they're in a position where they want to build from the ground up. I don't think they want to go be, signing ABs this offseason. If anybody's going to, it would have to be a Super Bowl contender. But after what he pulled last season, he might get blackballed. You never know. Let's see here. The White Larry Bird 42 says, seconded on the Packers trading up. I mean, I wouldn't mind it. I'd love to see the Packers trade up and go get another offensive piece. Now, knowing the Packers, as we've seen, they probably go with 2 defensive picks. And is that disgusting? Absolutely. But that's probably what they're going to end up doing. Brian Gutekunst, their GM, he wants to build the team that he wants to build. I mean, there's a reason why they went ahead and they drafted Jordan Love a couple years back. You know what I'm actually thinking about? Now that they've kind of amended all of the relationship with Rodgers, why isn't Jordan Love being traded? Are they still holding on to him, thinking that in 2-3 years, after he's in his 5th year of his rookie contract, that he's gonna get the job? Is that what they're thinking? Because that's just, I don't know, man. It doesn't make sense. I feel like if teams that need a quarterback and don't want to go with any of the kids that are in this draft, the young men, Like, why not the Steelers try to go get Jordan Love? Maybe they already have seen enough film. They're like, dude, we don't need that. And I mean, I know this season he played half of that Week 18 game against Detroit. Didn't look great, and he played the entirety of that Chiefs game, the week that, of course, Aaron Rodgers couldn't end up. Yeah, discount double kick. Couldn't get healthy enough to play there. I need to go ahead, pull up the stream for this draft. I know it's starting in about 4 minutes here. It's gonna be very interesting. There's zero tape on Love. I mean, look, there's a lot of college tape. That's the thing. I know he was injured in college, but I'm sure you can sift through that and figure it out. And of course, when you call up the Packers, you're gonna ask them, "Yo, we're interested in trading for Love. Would you like to, send us some tape of him at practice so we actually know if he's even improved over the last couple of years?" There's always potential that. I mean, all right, let's go ahead. Let me find the stream for this. What do I want to watch? Do I want to watch NFL Network's broadcast or do I want to watch ESPN? I think the NFL Network's probably better off. It depends who's hosting, but I like Rich Eisen. He's always top of the game, but we'll see. And then, of course, the Stanford head coach, he's always there. All right, and then Charles Davis, all those guys. Man, it is packed over there in Vegas, huh, dude? It's probably hot over there, dude. Everyone's standing outside, just getting cooked. All right, trade Jordan Love to the Seahawks for DK. Oh, dude, I don't think they want to move DK. That's the thing. Like they know what kind of talent and what kind of at this current position with Bobby Wagner gone and Russell Wilson gone, who is the face of the franchise? It's DK Metcalf. Undoubtedly, it is DK Metcalf. He's the face of the Seattle Seahawks franchise. Now, if you want to go ahead and remove 3 of the faces of your franchise in one given season, by all means, go ahead and do so. But I don't think they want to do that. I don't think they want to cross their fans like that. Do you think the Broncos can win the division? I think anybody can win the division, but it's all going to be up to who can stay the healthiest. That's really it. That is the game of football. Who can stay the healthiest and get hot when it matters most? Down in the stretch in the later weeks of December going into January. So if in fact we're in a position where the Broncos stay healthy and can figure it out, by all means, they're in a great position. When I think Broncos, all I can do is, cry a tear for Javonte Williams. Of course, Melvin Gordon was just re-signed the other day. It hurts. It certainly does hurt because, we all had so many high hopes that Javonte, alone back, 300 plus touches, 250 carries, 50 receptions. It was bound to happen. Then Melvin Gordon decides, I'm going to go ahead, re-sign, get myself in a position to help this team get, 200 carries in my pocket once again. And all of our hearts were broken. So, Denver backfield, not as interesting as it once was. But in terms of their success as a respective team, anybody can win the division. I mean, the Chiefs are the weakest that they have been until, of course, we see their 2 first-round picks today. They're the weakest they have been in a couple years because without Tyreek Hill, a lot of the threat of that deep, respective, everybody has to play cover 2 on them kind of disappears. And I understand they have speed demons in McCole Hardman, but he's no Tyreek Hill. We've obviously seen that over the last couple years. DK couldn't spaz out with bad QB play. No, I 100% agree. I mean, last season, DK was spazzing out when Russell Wilson wasn't targeting him. Like, absolutely having tantrums on the sideline. And listen, we have seen the best players want the ball. We have seen a lot of wide receivers spaz out and have temper tantrums on the sideline. And, it is what it is. It is the nature of the game. You want to help your team win as much as you can. We saw it with AB last year. Said he wasn't getting enough targets, left the game. We've seen it with guys like T.O. in the past that they're livid on the sideline. Of course, we saw it with DK. I don't blame him. Listen, if you want the ball, you got to ask for it. You got to make a scene until someone throws you the damn rock. So I'm not even mad at him for doing it. But yeah, with Drew Lock, it's going to be tough. What wide receiver do you think is going to be there for Green Bay? I mean, at this point, if Green Bay doesn't move up from 22 and they want to take a wide receiver at 22, I think it's probably going to be Pickens or Olave. I mean, to be honest, I think Chris Olave probably ends up you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, he probably doesn't end up to Green Bay. Green Bay's probably going to have to. My assumption is that 3 or 4 wide receivers will be gone by the time Green Bay picks. Because when I look at this board and I think to myself, okay, the Saints need a number 2 wide receiver. The Eagles need a number 2 wide receiver. Those two teams already. The Jets need a number 1 wide receiver. Those are 3 guys you can already chalk up that potentially are going to be taken. If Washington took another wide receiver, that wouldn't surprise me. Of course, they have Terry McLaurin. He's an former Ohio State receiver. Maybe you go ahead and grab another one. Put it on the opposite side of the field for him. Kind of pull a little bit of pressure. Make Carson Wentz have a little bit of an easier time in that regard. But it's going to be very interesting. Okay. Again, there's about 74 of you in here. I want to thank you guys for joining us. The draft, I guess, is technically underway. If you do see me lagging in terms of when I am given confirmation whether a pick has been made, do not be surprised. There's already like a 15-second delay from live streaming YouTube. So whenever I see your message, you only hear it like 15 seconds later. So on top of that, the stream that I'm watching of the NFL draft is probably another 15 seconds behind. So, once you see someone get picked, let me know in the chat. I don't mind spoilers. I'm here. So let me know. I'll throw it up on the board. Kind of give you guys my thoughts on it. Gordon should get more respect. I mean, listen, Gordon played out of his mind last year despite the lack of opportunity. I mean, he still got 200 total touches, which is great. And so did Javonte. But yeah, with the opportunities that he was given, he certainly did deliver a far greater season than anybody thought. And he'll probably be an extremely great overall discount running back. A guy that you can have as potentially your 4th running back on roster that could end up being, a guy that if Javonte goes down with an injury, can obviously be in the top 15 conversation almost immediately because we've seen him do it in years past and he's still got a lot left in the tank. And the offensive line there, Russell Wilson, all of that just builds for his potential. All right, let's see here. Dallas going to miss Cooper this year? I mean, I would say, of course. Anytime you lose a receiver that has gone consecutive years of being close to 1,000 receiving yards, 6+ touchdowns every season, you've built a rapport with him since 2018, him and Dak. Of course, they're going to miss him, but that's why I'm thinking the Dallas Cowboys might want to move up and grab a receiver. That's a funny troll, YBN. Imagine Kenny Pickett first pick. I'm like, that's funny. Let's see here. Who would you like to see? Would you like to see the Chargers take a tight end in one of the first 2? No. I don't think the Chargers need a tight end per se. I mean, when I think of the Chargers, right? I think you can go ahead and sign Jared Cook for. No, you know what? Tight end they already took care of. I was thinking you could sign Jared Cook. No, they wouldn't. They signed Gerald Everett this offseason. He's another young tight end. So I don't think they're going to go after him. They still have Gerald Everett now, Donald Parham, Steven Anderson. They still have a lot of talent there in their tight end room. So I don't think they need to draft a tight end in any regard. If anything, they haven't made any moves to their respective offense per se. Of course, they've re-signed players, but I think offensive line needs to be improved, respectively the right tackle position. Outside of that offensively, if you add another receiving threat via wide receiver, you could, but I mean, they still have Mike Williams, Keenan Allen, Josh Palmer. I think they're fine with those 3. So again, they're a defense that couldn't stop a nosebleed in terms of stopping the run last season. I'd like to see them improve that. Of course, they've added a lot of pieces this offseason to their defense. Let's go ahead and let's continue to add to that. Let's see. David says we don't miss anyone. Okay, David, relax. I mean, obviously you guys aren't going to miss paying him $20 million a year, but you guys also need to get rid of Zeke's contract, man, because I think he's under contract till like when? 2026? Like Zeke's not going to last till 2026. The fact that he's only missed one game, I think in the last how many years? Since 2016, he's only missed like one game due to injury. The rest of the games that he's missed was because it was like a week 17 and they were already, in a playoff contention, so they didn't need to play him. But, he's had a lot of carries, a lot of longevity with the amount of touches he's gotten, but he's going to run down real soon here. What's up, Voice and Visions? How's it going? Nice to see you. I think Gallup could be a great breakout candidate. Yeah, listen, Rob, I don't disagree at all. The only issue is the last time we saw Gallup, he scored a touchdown against the Arizona Cardinals, and he tore his ACL in the same play. So if that ACL injury is going to be recovered relatively quickly and he's ready to go for offseason workouts, training camp, and is prepared for week 1, then by all means, shoot, great breakout candidate, absolutely. But he's got to be healthy. He's got to be good to go. ACL injuries obviously impose their will a little bit more on running backs in that nature, but receivers aren't prone to having slow, comebacks from that. Will this be Kyle Pitts' year with a new QB? I mean, listen, I love Marcus Mariota for him. A lot of people look at Marcus Mariota and think to themselves, well, what has he done as of late? I get it. He's been a backup the last 2 seasons. He's invested his time as, being a part of a team, and, it is what it is. Obviously, Ryan Tannehill outplayed him over there in Tennessee, and he had to be moved. But in the regard of looking at what Marcus Mariota has done with respective tight ends in seasons past, I mean, he's gotten the ball to Delanie Walker a bunch in Tennessee. When he went ahead and stepped into, the starting position for the Las Vegas Raiders in that Monday night game against the Los Angeles Chargers in 2020, when, of course, Derek Carr went down with a groin injury, he fed the ball to Darren Waller. He knows how to get the ball to his respective tight ends. He'll be in a great spot here. David, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Will James Conner be an RB1? I mean, look at Derek Carr's new haircut, huh? How about that? We got Darren Waller on screen. Good stuff. Will James Conner be an RB1? I mean, James Conner, he scored 10 touchdowns last year. I think the starting running back of the Arizona Cardinals has a lot of value. If you guys remember, in 2020, Kenyon Drake had himself 10 rushing touchdowns. So the touchdowns are probably going to be in that region. If James Conner stays healthy like he did last year, there's no Chase Edmonds, unless the Arizona Cardinals want to go ahead and draft a running back in the next 2 or 3 days here and ruin our lives. I think James Conner should be in the conversation of being an RB1. I mean, the dude, when Chase Edmonds was out last season, was averaging 20 points per game. Like, he was an unstoppable force when there was no Edmonds. And this whole season, there's not going to be an Edmonds there. But there also potentially will be, 17 games of him running his body down into the ground, and could, play a little bit of a toll on his overall longevity this season. But I'm assuming they'll go ahead and get another running back in the mix. They'll probably draft a receiving back, but it won't pay that big of a impact to hurt him that much. Let's see here. Any question? Where do you rank Javonte Williams after the Melvin Gordon signing? That's a really good question. I really haven't even thought about it because the last couple of days I've been preparing all these graphics and all this idea. Oh my goodness, they got Ice Cube on screen. So I really haven't done my due diligence in terms of figuring out what I want to do with Javonte Williams and Melvin Gordon, but they're probably both going to be lower end RB2s. So probably in that 20 to 24 range, maybe even lower, because unfortunately they're going to be splitting carries. Let's see here. What are we doing? We're just introducing the draft. Like, I don't have the headphones on. I'm not listening to anything. So I'm just waiting to hear what the heck happens. Andy, okay, this is from Michael. It says, pretend you're Eagles GM Andy Roseman. Okay. Are you keeping the 15th pick and the 18th pick, or trading up for a potential stud? And who would you trade up for? Okay. So if I could fantasy book it in the idea that I would get, regardless of how much capital I have to give up, a respective position, I would honestly not mind, depending on who falls. I wouldn't mind moving from the 18th spot to try to get to the 10th spot. I want to keep 15. I do. I want to keep 15. But I want to move from like 18 to 10 and go grab a receiver. Go draft the first receiver off the board. Go grab Drake London. That's what I want for them specifically. But I don't know what they want. I mean, I don't look at the Eagles defense that much. Like, I don't know what holes they need to fill. I know they have Darius Slay in the secondary as their number one cornerback. They have. I mean, their defensive line has been studs for the last, like, I would say 10 years now because of Fletcher Cox and Brandon Graham, but they're gonna get older, right? So they might have to just go and address defense. So again, anytime you ask me a question about who I'm gonna draft, Andrew's always thinking offense because that's what fantasy has done to me. I am all about offense. The only time I ever talk about defense is when it comes to matchups on a given week, right? And who can't stop a nosebleed and who's playing against the New Orleans Saints run defense and whether you should be, scared about your running back not producing a lot. Sauce Gardner or Jameson Williams. Yeah, listen, Sauce Gardner, cornerback, Jameson Williams, cornerback, both guys that could easily fit into any offense and make an immediate impact. Defense and make an immediate impact. But as of right now, listen, if I'm the Eagles, if I'm an Eagles fan, I just want receivers. I'm done with the idea of throwing the ball to Greg Ward and Jalen Reagor and Quez Watkins. Like, enough throwing the ball to those guys. We need playmakers. Those guys are just not getting it done. We need to give Jalen Hurts more of a reason to want to throw the ball, in my mind. Let's see here. LOL Ice Clue just blew out the speakers. Interesting. Okay, cool. Thanks. Do you think Tonga Vailoa will be able to step up and deliver to Tyreek? Yeah, I think he will. Listen, I think Tonga Vailoa is just in a position where he's getting an increased, across the board. Offensively, it is an overhaul. You bring in Connor Williams, left guard. You bring in Terron Armstead at left tackle. Terron Armstead a couple years back was an all-pro at the position, making sure Drew Brees wasn't getting touched. Obviously, because Tua is a left-handed quarterback, he is the front side tackle. So whoever that backside right tackle is, I think they drafted one last year. Anyway, so they've improved the offensive line. They've gone ahead and improved the backfield. Chase Edmonds, Raheem Mostert. You went ahead, you got yourself Cedric Wilson from the Cowboys. You went ahead and also got Tyreek Hill. Across the board, it's on his shoulders. This is the best opportunity he has potentially had. And to be honest, when we look at, the games that he has played as a starter alone, without, Ryan Fitzpatrick impeding and or what's it called last year? I forget the quarterback that they had on roster, Jacoby Brissett, impeding in his overall success. He's been a decent quarterback, so I'm not really worried about Tua. Rob says, how do you feel about zero RB strategy this year? Bad idea, or does it depend on what position? Zero RB is not... Okay, it depends. This is what I'll preface it with. Depending on where you select in the first round, often kind of will give you a little bit of an idea as to where you'll be kind of going because of where you pick in the second round and subsequently every round. Like, the reason why people pick RB number 1 through probably 4 overall is because if by the time they select, if they go ahead and they don't draft a running back in the first 4 selections, by the time the draft goes down in a 12-team league and comes back down around, the amount of running back talent that has been already picked up in a 1 QB league, we're picking at guys that we don't 100% can confirm are going to be able to ball out for us every week. Now, of course, you could take Cooper Kupp in the first early, but again, it depends. So if you're sitting in the back end of the first round and you've seen guys like Taylor, Henry, Eckler, McCaffrey, Cook, Mixon, Kamara, if you've seen players like DeAndre Swift, taken, Najee Harris, if by the time all those guys are gone and you're sitting at the back end of the first and you're like, dude, I could take Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase in a full PPR league and set myself, probably not in a full PPR league. You probably won't be able to get away with that. Probably in a half PPR, you'll be able to get away with that. I'm okay with that. But you have to be okay with the idea that your running back most likely needs to be selected by that 4th round. I don't think I could ever get into a position to where I'm like, okay, not having a running back by the 4th. Because the running back by the 4th round is probably going to end up having to be like a Damian Harris. I'm not, disinterested. I'm just sitting here in a position where I know he's not going to catch the ball. And if he doesn't score 15 touchdowns, he's not doing me any favors, But look, I wouldn't ever say that there's a specific draft strategy that won't work. I always believe that because every draft is different and who you draft with really does matter. Because, I've talked to a bunch of people. I even play in leagues where this happens to me, where someone is a specific fan of a team. And they'll go out of their way to select players from that respective team because they want to watch their team on Sundays. And, it is what it is. And players will be drafted out of their respective potential quote unquote ADP, average draft position. But, you drafted what kind of is thrown at you. Think Trey Lance will have good fantasy value this year? I mean, the offense is really good. The offensive line's great. You got Kittle. If Deebo Samuel stays, they're in a good position there. You still have Ayuk. Elijah Mitchell obviously demonstrated that he could be a fantastic running back. I don't see why Trey Lance wouldn't play well. On top of the fact that he is an extremely mobile, quarterback. If you're going to get guys like George Kittle, if you're going to get guys like Kyle Juszczyk, of course, the best left tackle in the entire league, Trent Williams, to lead block for this man, he's going to find himself a lot of success. So as a running threat, as the ability to kind of be a passer similar to Jalen Hurts, where he doesn't have to light it up for 300 yards, 3 passing touchdowns, but could still find fantasy value because on the ground he's able to do so. I mean, let's think about Lamar Jackson. I know we're comparing apples to oranges, but let's think about Lamar Jackson. Since becoming a starter in 2019, he has averaged 9.8 fantasy points per game just in rushing stats alone. So about 10 points of his weekly contribution is from rushing stats on average. So everything else that he does, whether it is, 150 to 200 passing yards, a couple passing touchdowns, that's just gravy, right? Because all we really want from our quarterbacks is to try to get to that 10-point region. And if you can get yourself 200 passing yards at, 25 yards a point, that's 8 points there, and a passing touchdown on top of it, we're in a position where if at least Trey Lance is getting you 5 or 6 points off of rushing, whether it's like 40, 50 rushing yards, maybe gets himself a rushing touchdown, we're in a spot where he could really be of value. All right, the selection is in. Hurry up, Roger Goodell. You're wasting everybody's time. I know they want to keep this. Look, the reason why the draft takes so long, besides the fact that teams are wheeling and dealing, is because they got to sell ads, right? And they have to have the ads rolling. So, I respect it. Trayvon Walker, huh? Trayvon Walker. All right. Aiden Hutchinson, a Michigan guy going to Detroit. Maybe that's probably what's going to happen here. Okay. So let me go ahead. Let me get Trayvon Walker on screen here. All right, Walker, where are you, my guy? Trayvon Walker. Here we go. Throw him into the number 1 position. Congratulations. That's awesome. We love to see it. That is set. Again, the Jacksonville Jaguars are another one of these teams that couldn't stop a nosebleed in terms of stopping the run, and defensively have been struggling. I mean, it was just a couple years back, 2017, this was a team that was in the AFC Championship game. All those defensive players have subsequently disappeared. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, in 2017, they had Ramsey, Calais Campbell, Paul Posluszny. I mean, they had some monsters across. AJ Boye was a second cornerback. I forget that other linebacker that retired early. He was a monster in Madden. Like in Madden, I remember back in like 2016, 17, that dude was a user machine. They had a lot of talent out there, but I mean, again, they got to rebuild it. So here it is. We'll see what happens. All right, a couple more questions. Bruin Backhand said, I thought Hutchinson would be number 1 overall. I mean, maybe Detroit called them and said, listen, we really want the guy from Michigan. We really want some home, morale boost. So maybe that ends up happening, and we'll see how it goes. Either way, happen for all parties. If you get drafted on day 1, regardless of where you end up, you should be happy. Unless you're Eli Manning and you want to throw a fit about it, Rob, I appreciate that. Again, Rob is reminding everyone in the chat, if you have not yet already, be sure to click the like button down below. Greatly appreciate it. Let me go ahead while I'm here. Let's go ahead and just pop that up there. Okay, let's see here. What do we got? Hope the Cowboys don't move up for a wide receiver. Hope they go offensive line first. I mean, yeah, they lost Connor Williams. They lost, of course, Lyle Collins at the right tackle position. To be honest, the right tackle that filled in for him early last season when he got suspended for skipping his quote-unquote drug tests. I mean, they wanted him to test for obviously anything, and he kept missing him, so he got suspended. Anyway, um, he wasn't that bad of a fill-in. But yeah, I mean, it probably is smart to protect your investment of Dak and get the running game at a better level. But we'll see. We will have to wait and see. I mean, in recent memory, anytime the Cowboys have went and drafted a first-round offensive lineman, Tyron Smith, Zach Martin, Travis Frederick, they always have panned out, right? So hopefully they lock it in. Do you think the Jaguars really don't know who they are picking? No, they know who they're picking. They just weren't going to tell us. You know what I mean? The whole point I was making earlier, Steven, was they didn't want to let everyone know who they were picking. Unlike last season, right? Where they were like, we're picking Trevor Lawrence. Of course, you know? Okay. Do you think Renfrow will get enough targets to be relevant? Probably not. I mean, I don't know how many times this offense is going to throw the ball, but in order to feed Renfrow, Waller, and Devontae Adams, one of the two is going to have to suffer to an extent. All right, Hutchinson going number 2, that's great. I mean, honestly, that's like story. You couldn't write this script kind of thing, you know? Guy goes to Michigan, balls out, and then all of a sudden he's going to stay in Michigan, goes to play for the Detroit Lions. That's awesome. All right, let me go ahead and throw Hutchinson on screen. I just got to find his name here. Where are you? Here we go. Aiden Hutchinson. Bada boom. Second pick. Throw him into the position. Scoot that over. Done. Okay, let's see here. What positions do the Vikings go for? Defense, purely. I think about their offense. They don't need help. I mean, receiver-wise, they're good. You have Thielen. You have Jefferson. You have yourself KJ Osborne. If you want to draft a receiver, day 2, 3, 4, day 2 or 3, by all means, go ahead and do so. But I don't think you need to go for a receiver early. You don't need a running back. Dalvin Cook's fine. You don't need a quarterback. Kirk Cousins is fine. Offensive line, they picked up Christian Darrisaw last season. He obviously panned out for them very well. If they want to go ahead and invest in offensive line once again, by all means do so. But their defense was a dumpster fire last season, like across the board. A good Vikings team typically has a good defense, and they lost that, threat last season. A lot of people weren't afraid of their defense, so obviously they need to get healthy. But if I'm them, they need a cornerback. Undoubtedly need a cornerback. Last season, all I remember is, hey, this team's playing the Vikings. Start your receivers because they can't stop a soul, or their corners were so banged up that they couldn't even, play consecutive weeks. Let's see. I mean, this is 2 years in a row where the Lions are getting, in my opinion, the player that they want. I mean, they got Penei Sewell last year, stud left tackle. He was one of the best offensive linemen last season. Sneakily, he didn't get a lot of press because he's an offensive lineman, but he was by far one of the best offensive linemen. And then you go ahead and you address the other side of the ball, get a great defensive end. That's as good as it gets. 2 years in a row. Fantasy question, says Michael. Has DeAndre Hopkins entered Julio Jones territory in terms of draft risk? In terms of falling off the cliff, quote unquote? I'd say probably not. The issue with Julio Jones, okay, so I could see where the comparison is being made. Because DeAndre Hopkins, prior to last year, had never missed a game to injury in his entire career. Literally never. He is a guy that literally only ever missed games when it was week 17 with the Houston Texans, and they knew they were going to make the playoffs, and they didn't need to play him or play Deshaun Watson, respectively. So he's a tough guy. He's a tough son of a gun, and he always wants to be on the field. Did he have some unfortunate injuries last year? Yes. But does that automatically qualify him in that same region as DeAndre Hopkins because of age and because of that kind of nature of having missed games? I don't think so. I hope not. But I could see why you would think that that's the case. And I could see, just off of recent ADPs, it is certainly showing that a lot of people are less inclined to go for him because there's a little bit of concern regarding that. I get it. But prior to last season, This is a guy that was a top 5 wide receiver for like 5 consecutive years. The only season that I could remember DeAndre Hopkins not being a top 5 wide receiver in fantasy was the year that he had Brock Osweiler as his starting quarterback. So just putting that in perspective, he's a hell of a player. He still has Kyler. They brought back AJ Green to pull some pressure on the other side of the field. I think he'll be fine. So I don't think he's getting into that Julio territory. I mean, listen, even Julio himself, prior to 2020, hadn't really seen that much injury. Obviously, 2021 was a disaster. But I personally look at DeAndre Hopkins as more of a tougher player. He'll play through injuries. He doesn't care. Let's see here. Is Jalen Hurts a top 5 fantasy quarterback? No. Unfortunately not. Now, the reason why Jalen Hurts found a lot of success last season was mainly because of strength of schedule. I mean, if you guys remember my strength of schedule video that I made at let's see here. What month was that in? Let's go find that really quickly. So last year, in the summer, I think it was probably August. If you guys remember, 2021 fantasy football quarterback strength of schedule. I had Jalen Hurts on screen for a reason. Like, he was a part of the thumbnail for a reason. When I do my strength of schedule, basing, I'm actually finding legitimate stats that is like just across the board going to kind of give you an understanding as to how easy their schedule is going to be. The back end of that season for the Eagles, like after week 6, was some of the easiest games that they could have possibly played. After their bye week, it was just a piece of cake. So yes, he did ball out, did have some injuries. Derek, okay, wow. Cornerback going to the Houston Texans. We'll go ahead and throw that up on screen. Jalen Hurts certainly found himself a little bit banged up and could end up being in that next level, but I think top 5 is a little too much. I think he's probably in that top 8 conversation because of his rushing potential. All right, so let's go find young gentleman here. I mean, the things that I have seen from Stingley is the practice film that everyone shows of him locking up Ja'Marr Chase. That's literally the only thing I've seen. I don't watch a lot of college football, guys. I'll just straight up tell you. Like, I don't. Everything that I do is I watch NFL film all the time. So if they want to go ahead and pick up this cornerback, by all means, go ahead and do so. But, I mean, there it is. I'm literally looking at it right now of him, quote-unquote, locking up Ja'Marr Chase at practice. I mean, if this guy, I know he was injured the last couple seasons, and that certainly, was supposed to impact his draft capital. I guess it hasn't. I mean, you're the number 3 overall pick. You got yourself a fantastic contract coming down the line here. So, good to go. So, where do the Jets go here? Number 4 overall pick. Jets need a cornerback. If they go Sauce, I wouldn't be surprised. Sauce Gardner, Johnson. I mean, they probably should at this point. David Ramos says, no Debo news yet. Yeah, I don't think that we're going to get any Debo news today. If we do, it's because of a team that goes above and beyond and really wows the 49ers. Because I don't think the 49ers think that they can replace him. I know that they think they can't replace him because they don't have a first-round pick this year to go and try to invest in someone else. They know Brandon Ayuk's not going to get the job done because Kyle Shanahan put him in the doghouse last year. So at this position, don't think Debo's moving. They're going to have to make him happy with $25 million a year and hope that he wants to play for them still. How do you think Watson will play in Cleveland? I mean, listen, Watson has been an incredible player his entire career. As a player, he is an unstoppable machine. So, I mean, when we're talking about top 5 potential fantasy quarterbacks, I think Deshaun Watson's in that conversation for sure because of what we've seen. I mean, he's been able to produce top 5 fantasy overall numbers when, he's played full seasons with the lack of talent that has surrounded him in Houston. You go ahead, you put him in Cleveland with an incredible rushing attack, great offensive line, great tight ends, a number 1 receiver like Amari Cooper. By all means, he should be in a fantastic position. There is still, the availability of going on ahead and signing Will Fuller this offseason. They still have the chance to do so. I mean, Will Fuller, I don't know what the heck happened to him last year. The guy had a finger injury and missed 12 weeks. supposed to come back after 4. Says a lot. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But Watson should be fine. Should be a great play in Houston. I mean in Cleveland, assuming he plays. I mean, we don't know. David says, "Bro, your camera is sharp." What does that mean? Is that a good thing? Can you see the pores on my nose? Because this is the same camera as usual. Maybe it's just the contrast of the background, but it's the same camera as usual, my guy. Is that a good thing, bad thing? I don't know. I would assume sharp would mean a good thing. Do you think Michael Thomas will ever play again? Yeah, of course he is. He's going to play this year. I mean, he should, hopefully. I don't think Michael Thomas is disappearing anytime soon. I mean, if a team wanted to trade for wide receiver, like if the Jets really wanted a receiver, go get Michael Thomas. Like, let's figure that out first, right? That's the whole point. Okay. So the Jets are on the clock. They still haven't made their decision, of course. Let's go ahead. Do that. Oh, they've already made their pick. So the Giants are on the clock. Interesting. Listen, I would love to see, for fantasy purposes, the Jets go ahead right now, take offensive line, and then go with the number 10th pick and take a receiver. Am I dreaming? Yes, because really they should take a cornerback. Maybe in both of these spots, to be honest, because their secondary is not great. So we'll see. What do we got here? What the heck is that? Okay, so official. Sauce Gardner has been selected by the New York Jets. So we'll go ahead and throw that ball on the board. Congratulations to him. I mean, again, people were anticipating Gardner to go to, the Houston Texans. Obviously, Texas went elsewhere. By all means, it is what it is. I have to find the cornerback here. Here we go. Where the heck is he? Okay, give me a second. All right, cool. Now you may be wondering, Andrew, the name you're about to throw up, that's not Sauce. Well, I mean, his actual name is Ahmad, so that's how I've pretty much set it up. I'm just using their real names. Like DK Metcalf is actually DeKalen, that's his actual name, DeKalen. You guys know that T.Y. Hilton's real name is Eugene? Y'all know that? Do you know that Julio Jones' real name is Quintoro? You guys know that? Now you know. Interesting stuff, huh? That's how much I'm into the NFL. I know these crazy things. Is CD a top or more than top 10 wide receiver? I love his superstar potential and breakout without Amari Cooper. Yeah, listen, I think very easily CeeDee Lamb should be obviously near the back end of the top 12 cornerbacks, but probably, the number 10 receiver. He should be. I mean, with the amount of opportunity that'll be available to him, he should be. So, fingers crossed that he ends up doing what we anticipated him to do last year, this year. Let's see here. Robert says the New York Giants can now skip on O-tackle until they don't. Yeah, look, considering there are 2 great O-tackles available, whether it's Neal from Alabama or the other guy, I forget his name. It completely eludes me at this point. Yeah, you can go ahead and take a defensive player here and then go ahead and address offensive tackle at 7. You could, if you want to, unless you're going to trade, of course. Any update on Kamara case? I have no idea. I didn't even know Kamara had a case. Did he got a case? I didn't even know. I actually didn't know. So, see, Ahmad Gardner. Everybody says Sauce, but we got to throw up the real name. We got to respect the man's name here. How high do you think Jameson Williams goes? I mean, when you want top-tier cornerback play, he'll probably be gone. I mean, I would assume within the next 5 to 10 picks. But maybe there's guys better. I don't know. I don't sit down and watch cornerback film from college. I don't. So all I do is wait for offensive players to get snagged and just pray, that they end up at the right teams. Let's see here. Michael Thomas, glory days are absolutely over. His fantasy. Okay, this is from Michael. His relevance at number 3. Yeah, okay. I mean, listen, it all depends, right? Because Michael Thomas with Jameis Winston is certainly not Michael Thomas with Drew Brees, and we know that. So yeah, I mean, look, at best, I think Michael Thomas is a wide receiver too. And if you could do something better than that, then by all means, that's great. But let's not forget the offensive coordinator for the what's it called? New Orleans Saints is the same. I know, Sean Payton's gone and he was the play caller to an extent, but the offensive coordinator is still there. So the scheme is still going to be there in place for him to be successful. So as long as Jameis is successful coming off the ACL, he should be fine. Who's the first receiver off this board? I mean, look, my assumption is that it's the USC kid Drake London. If it's not, then it's my thumbnail for today's video, which again I'll pop up on screen. It'll be Garrett Wilson from Ohio State. That's my assumption, but we'll have to wait and see. Let's see here. Anybody gonna pick? The Giants still on the clock, haven't made the decision. Very well. Please don't let Jordan Davis fall to the Chargers. Please let Jordan Davis fall to the Chargers. That's what you meant, right? Not don't. Please let him. I'd love to see the Chargers become even more of a threat defensively. I mean, you add Khalil Mack, and now you want to add another defensive stud with Joey Bosa. Sheesh. And they'd be cooking. They would be cooking. I mean, a lot of people look at him and think, oh, he's only a run stopper. This is a guy that could literally push the pocket. He'll bull rush your center into the quarterback's lap, and that's all he needs to do. Because if you tighten up the pocket that much more and you're playing against the mobile quarterbacks, which you're not going to see in the AFC West, you got Mahomes that can move, you got Russell Wilson that can move, Derek Carr can move relatively. I mean, not as well as the other two, but it's still a huge threat because if you collapse the pocket from the quickest way to get to the quarterback up the middle, the guys on the edge will get the job done. But we'll see. Let's see here. Over under 7 offensive linemen in the first round. I'm gonna say under. Yeah, I'll say under. I think 6 is a good number. I mean, that could be 7, worthwhile. I mean, I'm thinking of the 2 stud tackles. I'm thinking Linderbaum, or I forget the guy's name. The center's probably going to be taken late in this draft. I don't know where the heck he's going to go. Late in the first. Maybe early first. I don't know. I mean, I feel like if a team needs an offensive lineman, the Baltimore Ravens would be a good spot, so they could probably go O-line there. It's not a bad idea, to be honest. Let's see here. Any running backs you're liking their future potential in terms of fantasy value? Docs talks. So, in my opinion, running back value is often determined by, of course, their respective skill. Sure, everybody has their own respective skill level, and that'll determine your future success in the NFL. But it also depends on where they end up, what team they play for, and how that team utilizes their respective running back. So if a stud running back ends up with a really bad team that doesn't run the ball and doesn't have a great offensive line, then we're in trouble. While if you get a bad running back and put him in a position where everything is leading him to succeed, then by all means he'll be fine. But right now, I'm just waiting to see where people land. Don't really care about their individual talent. I just want to see where they land, and then I'll go ahead and make my opinion about them, Do you think Malik Willis will be a bust? No clue. I mean, literally every player that is drafted today could be a bust. If all of them were bad in 5 years, if all of them were out of the league in 5 years, it wouldn't surprise me because that's just the nature of the beast of the NFL. Injuries happen. Players just don't play up to the standard in which they were drafted majority of the time. So, wouldn't surprise me. All right, so Kayvon Thibodeaux is the number 5 overall selection for the New York Giants. Of course, I think, what was it, Robert P. made a point. They can go ahead and draft edge and then turn around in their second first round selection at number 7 and pick up their offensive tackle of choice, which I think is probably going to be ending up the current case. We'll go ahead. We'll take Kayvon Thibodeaux's name and we'll throw him up on screen. A lot of large names here so far. Probably should have shrunk down the font size, but actually I could probably do it with Thibodeaux right now. Let's shrink him a little bit there. Scoot him over. And we're good to go. All right. Congratulations to him, his family. It's always great. Listen, anybody gets drafted, it's a fantastic thing to see. So the Giants, obviously, securing that. They got a new regime there in New York. New Jersey, wherever they play. I don't know. We're going to see. I'm still a little confused as to what the Giants want to do because they have 1 week to pick up Daniel Jones's 5th-year option. If they don't end up doing that, then I think Daniel Jones becomes an unrestricted free agent in 2023. Obviously, they want to see what they can do with Daniel Jones, but at the same time, they want to win now. A lot of people compare Daniel Jones in terms of his skill set to Josh Allen. They have the similar body type. They have a similar rushing style per se because they both have the ability to run the ball, but Josh Allen has a cannon of an arm, and Daniel Jones is not shown to be the most accurate monster of the passing variety, as of late at least. All right, let's see here. Alpha says, are you watching in YouTube, Andrew? What do you mean, am I watching in YouTube? What does that mean? JT Patterson says, wow, Stingely at number 3 and Sauce at number 4. What are my Vikings going to do? My hope is that your Vikings also take a cornerback. Whatever is best available once they get there. Because really they do need a good cornerback. They do. Especially a young one that can contribute. Kayvon Thibodeau. Man, he's dressed to the nines. He got the bedazzle and everything, looking good. All right, let's see here. Let's see here. Thomas says, don't say that. I took the over on DraftKings. Listen, I have no idea lines, over-unders. Anytime you'll hear me talking about that kind of stuff, it's via Underdog Fantasy. Again, if you guys haven't checked them out, link down in the description. A lot of drafts to be had this offseason there, especially when Best Ball Mania 3 is active. That's going to be exciting. Is Josh Allen the best fantasy quarterback? Yes, by far, not even close. He is the number 1 quarterback. He's been number 1 for the past 2 consecutive seasons. So yes, he will once again be the number 1 off the board, in my eyes at least. Could be different in other people's opinion, but by far, in my opinion, he is number 1. Thomas Griffin says, O-line for the Giants next, or Daniel Jones is a dead man walking. Listen, I think Andrew Thomas last season played well. He really came along and played well. But yes, the rest of their offensive line, horrible, terrible. Needs to be improved immediately. Please draft any offensive help that will protect the man. I agree. Do you think Saquon Barkley will have a bounce back year? My assumption is that, okay, well, I would say that your expectations should be limited. I'm never going to assume that Saquon Barkley will return to where he was in the past. And what I mean by that is that Saquon Barkley has the potential, sure, of finishing as the number 2 overall running back because he's done it before. I just don't think he's going to be able to do that. The way that this team is built, the offensive coordinator, Brian Daboll, new head coach, I don't think they're looking to feed the ball to Saquon Barkley 350 times. I don't think they are. Now, they could go ahead and trick us and do the opposite and, of course, give him value, but I don't personally believe that he's going to get to that level. He could certainly be a top 12, but he'll have to be at the lower end because the offense that surrounds him, the potential of this offense getting down to the red zone and giving him the touchdowns that he needs to be a relevant fantasy back is, it could be absent. So, like, in comparison to when I think of running backs that have value on bad football teams, I think of Christian McCaffrey and I think of DeAndre Swift from last year. 2 guys that are on terrible teams. Both their logos are cats, uncoincidentally, or coincidentally. At this moment, I think to myself, the only reason those 2 guys are able to sustain is because of their receiving work. Unless you really get Saquon involved in the receiving game, I'm talking about 6 targets a game, it's going to be hard for me to think that he could be at the top tier of the running back position a couple years removed from that ACL. Let's see here. Who do the Falcons pick? My hope is that the Falcons my hope is that the Falcons just improve offense. Go grab a receiver. Make it exciting. Is a receiver going to have immediate fantasy value with Marcus Mariota? That is a tough ask considering Marcus Mariota isn't the greatest quarterback for a rookie wide receiver to be paired with. But yeah, at this point, I'm thinking to myself, I'm hoping they go wide receiver just for the future. If not, they'll probably end up going and drafting a corner to themselves. Because I mean, I know AJ Terrell is a beast, but why not go ahead and get another guy to play opposite side of him? What channel are you watching? It says David. Oh, I'm watching. Okay, so it's hard to explain. It's a stream. Wink. Does that make sense? Without me, you know what I mean? It's a stream. Wink. Like, hopefully, you get it. That's why I can't talk about. You know what I mean? Ruby studded tux, classy. Yeah, listen. I mean, you gotta show out. This is draft day. You don't get to wear suits like that very often, so you might as well. I love it. It's great. Hope the Panthers go tackle. Yeah, my assumption is that they will, because they don't need anything else. They don't need a quarterback. They need a trade for Jimmy Garoppolo. That's what they need. And obviously, you shouldn't be wasting your 6th round pick for that. They need a left tackle, because their best offensive lineman is their right tackle, Moton, Moton. He is by far and away their best offensive lineman. If you go ahead and you bring in a left tackle, you protect your quarterback, whoever it ends up being, you'll be in a great spot. But again, you got to protect the quarterback. All right, let's see here. Panthers QB confirmed. Imagine that would be very surprising. NFL needs to change the suspension of Ridley, in my opinion. I don't know the full details. If in fact they release the full details as to how long he's been doing it for, how many games he was betting on, and whether he was betting on his own team winning or losing. Because let's say, for example, if you're a wide receiver in the National Football League and you're betting on your own team to lose, or betting on your own team to not cover a specific spread, then obviously it could be assumed that you were working against your team's overall motive because you wanted to make money on that. I don't know what the full details are. I don't know if this guy was just drafting fantasy teams or what the heck he was doing, but I'm assuming that the NFL has all the information that they need to make the best overall decision. So it is what it is. They know the rules. He obviously didn't abide by them, and he deserves the punishment that they seem or deem fit. And it is what it is. It's unfortunate. It really is. But, last season when the guy was like, oh, I'm having mental health issues, I'm going to have to step away from the team. The man was putting down big bets. Mental health issues. What are we talking about? I mean, maybe he was on the side, but from what last time I checked, dude was betting on teams when he was, not on the field with his fellow teammates. Ask Ridley what the odds are. That's funny, Retro. Is it okay? Stud punter. Yeah, you know what? Thomas Griffin, that is actually low-key the best comment from today. It is, actually. Okay, so the Carolina Panthers took Ikwonu. I'm assuming that's how you pronounce his last name. Ikwonu. Offensive tackle. Neil's going to go next, probably to the Giants. So I'm just going to go ahead and cue these gentlemen up. So I'm going to grab Neil. I'm assuming that the Giants take him because they need him. If Neil drops past 7, I will be just surprised. So we'll see. I'm going to make a bold statement here. Let's go find Icky and throw him in here. Ikwonu. Where are you, buddy? I can't find your damn name. There it is. All right. So Carolina Panthers did what they needed to do. Made Christian McCaffrey's life a little bit easier. Thank you. We appreciate that. And we keep it moving. Let's see here. Yeah, but Thomas, that was actually a low-key really good comment, saying that the Atlanta Falcons need to draft a punter because that's all they'll be doing this season. Actually a good comment. I'm watching the Wink stream. Appreciate it, Steven. There you go. Andy, outside of Cooper Kupp, give us your top 10 wide receivers. Listen, if I was to just off the top of my head rip off wide receivers in no particular order, right? Besides Cooper Kupp, who are the other 9 that would be in a respective top 10? Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, Devontae Adams, Tyreek Hill. Boom. Already we have ourselves 5 names there. So we're in a good spot. There's 5. Then we're probably in the conversation of looking at, okay, where does Deebo Samuel end up? Because if Deebo Samuel is not playing for the 49ers, then I don't know if I can theoretically 100% trust him as a top 12. But let's say he does play for the 49ers. Okay, Deebo's going to be in that conversation. We'll go ahead, chalk up Deebo as another one of these top 12 respective wide receivers that could potentially meet up to the, the level as what we kind of expect. Mike Evans, considering the fact that Tom Brady's still there, is going to be another top 12 wide receiver. I think CeeDee Lamb is probably in that conversation. With Drew Lock being the quarterback for the Seahawks, I think DK Metcalf's out of there. Who's another guy that could creep up into that conversation that wasn't there last year? I think T. Higgins could low-key be one. I think Stephon Diggs automatically. I think Stephon Diggs is probably the 4th best receiver in the draft after Kupp, Jefferson, and Chase. So anyway, those are a couple names. Do with it what you will. No solidified order at the moment because, again, it's April. It's about to be May. When we get to June, July, August, that's when the videos will start, rolling out from my side. And we'll be talking all things fantasy in that regard, He was betting on his own team to win. Interesting. All right, Christian, thank you for the information. I mean, I guess, yeah, that's tough. If you're betting on your own team to win and you're playing for them, look, look, man, it's tough. That just makes it, that is tough. But if that is actually the case, then by all means, I feel bad for Calvin Ridley that he even made the choice to do that. Like, why does he need to? Like, why does he got to be making $1,500 bets? Like, why? Does he not get paid enough? Was he still on his rookie contract? The man's about to get paid big. Like, he was about to get himself a huge contract, but, whatever. So be it. Listen, Calvin Ridley will for always be one of my favorite. I mean, Calvin Ridley was about 30 seconds away from being traded to the Eagles this offseason until the Falcons told him, yo, he could be suspended for more than a year. Do you guys still want to do this? And they said, no, we want out. We'll go draft one, because they were going to trade for him. Could see the Falcons go Jameson Williams. Yeah, I do not doubt that the Falcons could potentially go cornerback. Wouldn't surprise me in any regard. Who ends up with the number 1 tight end in your way too early? Okay. The number 1 tight end for this season, 2022, fantasy football, will be Travis Kelce, definitively, in my opinion. No Tyreek Hill means more targets for Kelce, means more opportunity in the red zone, means Travis Kelce is their entire offense. I mean, when we're talking about Tyreek Hill last year, finishing the season with the most targets and receptions he has ever seen, I mean, those are going to funnel into somebody else's pocket. And I expect it to go to number 87, Mr. Travis Kelce. Deebo to the Packers. Imagine that. I mean, somebody tell me y'all are trolling, right? Don't troll me like that. I mean, if we're guessing, that's great. But if he, okay, we were talking about Deebo. If Deebo does go to the Packers, okay, theoretically, by all means, oh man, I'm trying to think about it. If Deebo goes to the Packers, he might end up being he's a top 4, right? I think he's in the conversation with Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase as who's number 2 through 4, He's in that conversation. Is he better than Devontae Adams? No. But is he good enough to get the job done with Aaron Rodgers throwing the ball? Absolutely. So if it ends up happening, sheesh, be in a good spot. Where do you think Garrett Wilson will end up going? My hope is that Garrett Wilson. Okay, here's the thing. When it comes to stud rookie talent, I want them to be paired in a position where they can succeed immediately. Because, I'm greedy in terms of fantasy. But with that said, it is very likely that he most likely will end up with, I'm looking at this board and thinking to myself, the Jets could take him. The Washington Commanders could take him. He could go to the Ravens potentially. The Eagles, if he gets to the Eagles or the Saints at 15 and 16, he's gone. There's no way he gets past that, in my opinion. But we'll see. All right, so Neal taken off the board as we anticipated. Now the biggest question, the one that many of you have already asked. I already had Neal on the board because, of course, what else were they going to do? Dude, for being an offensive lineman, this guy is slim. He really is slim. I know he lost a lot of weight supposedly, to increase his quickness. Mans is going to be he's going to be playing right tackle, so I think he's relatively comfortable with that, considering he played right tackle for a little bit there in Alabama. But should be good to go. Wow, Andrew called it. I didn't call anything, guys. It was almost as if there was only one player that could potentially fit there, so it didn't matter. So I'd love that Wild to be sarcastic. Wow, Andrew called it. The Giants needed a tackle. Who could they have potentially taken? It was obviously going to be them. But yeah, Garrett Wilson, there's no way he ends up past 16. I will either scream of joy or anger. I'm a Falcons fan. Good luck, Christian. We're hoping that you like the pick. I mean, truth be told, let's think about what could potentially make you happy, right? If they went and take a quarterback right now, if they take Malik Willis, is that going to help? Is it? I don't know. Not this year, obviously, but in future seasons, maybe. I mean, if I'm the Falcons, I am tanking for the Alabama cornerback. That's what I'm doing. I'm tanking for him. I am making sure that I lose every game this year for the guy that they have on screen, for who Neal was blocking for all day of last season. That's who I'm tanking for. So we'll see. You need a quarterback, sure. The Falcons do need a quarterback. But do you need one of these quarterbacks? I don't think so. I think you can live with Mariota for one more year, just the way that I'm hoping that the Pittsburgh Steelers do it. Live with Trubisky this year, then draft a quarterback next year. Don't over invest in something that you don't know is a guarantee for success, I mean, when you're making an investment for a first-round quarterback, you are basically, I would say, you're committing to this guy for 5 to 10 years. That is the given, right? Because once you take him in the first round, he'll not only have the 5th-year option, but he'll have the potential of a second contract, which typically will be 4 to 5 years. So if you're going to draft a quarterback in the first, by all means, he better be ready for the next 10 years, ready to go. So we'll see. I like the quarterback from Liberty. Yeah, look, Malik Willis, undersized, didn't play against much competition. Will need a year to learn. He will. And at this point, the way that the Falcons are rebuilding, they can go ahead and rebuild with him. I don't know if that's the way that they want to go, but if they want to go that way, by all means. Let's see here. Debo to Dallas. Let's go. Imagine. That would be crazy, David. That would be crazy. Dallas would be, man, I don't know. I actually really want to know what the problem with Debo staying in. Actually, no, Debo can't go to Dallas. You want to know why? Because they have to pay the man $22 million a year. He can only go to a team that has the cap space to do it. There's a reason why the Cowboys traded Amari Cooper. It's because they couldn't afford the rookies that they're about to draft this season because the amount of, cap space he was taking. So ultimately, he can only really go to a couple teams in the league that have available space. And there aren't that many. I mean, there's been a lot of salary cap gymnastics, per se, in the last couple months here. I'm hoping it's Green Bay, guys. I mean, listen, whoever said it earlier, that would be crazy. But, I mean, again, the Jets, another team that... The crazy thing that I've read for majority of this offseason while the craziness was ensuing was that the Jets wanted to go after so many wide receivers during free agency, and not a single one of them wanted to do anything with them because they knew if I'm going to the Jets, I'm probably ending my career there because the quarterback's not good enough. And what will probably happen is after my 4-year contract is done with them, everyone's going to think I'm a bum. And I'm not going to be able to get another contract after that. All right, so the next pick of this draft, it is Drake London going to the Atlanta Falcons. There it is. The wide receiver that I wanted to go went. I thought he would go to the Jets at 10. But thank you to the Atlanta Falcons for going ahead and drafting a big body wide receiver. Now, when I mean big body, this guy's 6'4", man is over 230 pounds. This is a guy that can go up and get the ball. You put him on the opposite side of Kyle Pitts, it only increases the value of Kyle Pitts. It only helps. Thank you. They went ahead. They drafted another wide receiver here. I mean, Calvin Ridley was in 2018. Obviously, he probably won't be a part of this team going forward. I don't know. We'll see. But Drake London, going to the Falcons. I love it. Love to see it. Because let's talk about who else is getting targeted the ball there. Besides Kyle Pitts, who will probably command over 120 targets, no one else is on this roster. I mean, I could legitimately go and tell you the rest of this roster right now. Let's see here. So if we go and let's see the wide receivers for this team. It is bare bones, completely dried out. Nobody is on this receiving core. So Auden Tate, who was the number 4/number 5 receiver for the Bengals for the last 4 years, irrelevant. Damiere Byrd, coming from Chicago. Of course, we remember Damiere Byrd a couple years back in New England. Couldn't even play in Chicago last year. Olamide Zaccheaus, whatever the heck. You know, he had a couple good games. He's not a great talent. They have Chad Henson. I don't know who he is. Kaderol Hodge. Don't know who that is. Frank Darby. They don't have anybody to catch the ball. If Drake London ends up with over 100 targets, which we're fingers crossed, hoping Mariota can get him the ball, by all means, he should be fine. But again, that's literally the only person they have to throw the ball to. Like when I think of, okay, Arthur Smith is their head coach / offensive coordinator. Used to be the offensive coordinator of the Titans. What do they love to do with the Titans? They love to run the ball. We already got that settled. They love to throw the ball to the tight end and love to throw the ball to A.J. Brown. Hopefully this will be their A.J. Brown. That's the hope. Giving this man a lot of fantasy value. So I'm excited about it. I really am. Thomas Griffin in the chat said, Drake London equals a young Mike Evans. I 100% agree with that comparison. He is a big guy. Yeah, 6'3" and 7/8. Just call him 6'4". 219. The dude's going to put on some muscle this offseason. Trust me, he is going to be a monster. I know he was injured a little bit last season. And as you know, there's not a lot of film from him in 2021. But by all means, this is a great pick for this team. Especially considering, like I'm mentioning, they need to tank for next year. Tank for the quarterback. That's what they need to do. But yeah, certainly helps his value. Certainly helps Kyle Pitts' value. I'm excited about this. Finally, the first offensive skill piece was taken in our 2022 NFL draft, and I couldn't be happier about it. So the Seahawks now. Who do the Seahawks want to go ahead and draft? That's up in the air. Maybe the Seahawks take a quarterback. Thoughts? Anybody? Seahawks go quarterback? I don't know. We'll see. Opposite Pitts? Yeah, I mean, listen, the amount that they use Pitts out wide and in the slot position was crazy. I mean, he in terms of, in comparison to playing on the inline being like right next to the offensive tackle, Kyle Pitts literally was used as a receiving option. I mean, I can find the exact number. Let's go see this. I have it somewhere here. Let me go click a couple of my spreadsheets. Let's go find Mr. Kyle Pitts. I'll tell you exactly the number. So last season, Kyle Pitts, he played 47.7% of his offensive snaps from the slot position. He played 33% of his offensive snaps out wide and played 21% of his offensive snaps from the inline, which is next to tight end. So technically, this man played 80% of his offensive snaps out wide or in the slot. So he's a receiver. They're using him as such, and that's why I say, respectively, opposite of Kyle Pitts in relation to what Drake London. As soon as I heard Drake, I just my brain kind of short-circuited in regard there. Should be fun. Debo to the Jets coming soon? I hope so. I just want something exciting, man. I don't want to talk about defensive players. I have no interest. Because for the entirety of next year, I got to talk about why these defensive players suck and they can't stop a nosebleed in terms of stopping the run, and why you should respectively play a respective running back against X, Y, or Z defense. I don't care about defense. I just want stud receivers, quarterbacks, etc. to be taken in this round. And I want some trades to happen. even if it is for defensive players. Let's just do some trades. Let's shake it up a bit, huh? Seahawks have to take offensive line to protect the legend of Geno Smith. Oh my gosh. I mean, the first two offensive linemen off the board were widely spoken about, right? These were two guys that were definitively the top two in their position. So at this point, whoever ends up going third, it could be anybody at this point. I mean, I have no clue, but yeah, look, I mean, I don't know what the Seahawks want to do. Obviously, they're missing their two field generals. They don't have Russell Wilson. They don't have Bobby Wagner. And that is a huge problem. Maybe, just maybe, hear me out, the Seattle Seahawks are trying to tank for the number 1 overall pick of the 2023 draft, or try to get a top 3 pick to take one of those quarterbacks. If that is the case, yes, you should draft an offensive lineman now or draft a defender now so that in future you have that kind of already assured up and ready to go. Geno Smith made DK relevant when they played. I mean, relevant is a very interesting term because I remember one of those games where DK Metcalf caught the ball once in the first quarter for 87 yards, then proceeded to not catch the ball for the rest of the game. I remember these things, guys. I remember. Now, there were other instances where, of course, Geno Smith got Tyler Lockett the ball against Jacksonville Jaguars on that one Sunday morning, and Tyler Lockett went, completely explosive nuclear. I remember these things. I remember DK Metcalf had a couple good games there. It's not the worst thing in the world to have Geno Smith on their center. It might be better than Drew Lock, to be honest. But we'll have to wait and see. All right, the next selection is probably in. They take an offensive lineman, Charles Cross. Very well. We'll go ahead. Throw Mr. Charles Cross on the board. Again, I'm hoping that the entire impetus of this pick, the reason why they want to go ahead and take an offensive lineman, is so that in future seasons, respectively next year, when they draft a quarterback in the first round, they're setting him up for success immediately, and they will have the protection that he respectively needs to find immediate success. All right, where is Cross? I got to find him on my list here. There's a lot of names. I have like over 500 names here, so here he is, Charles Cross. Bada boom. Throw him up on the board. All right, the Jets, you need a cornerback again, or you need to go ahead and take a wide receiver. Let's get it done. So maybe some of you are hoping that Debo gets traded here, but I don't think it's going to be the case. It'll probably end up being a wide receiver pick, and we'll keep moving. What? How do I know? Wait, am I getting the picks? Oh, okay. How do I know that the picks are... Listen, I have some inside sources, okay? Let's just leave it at that. How do I know that the picks are coming in? Listen, guys, I know some things, okay? Andrew's done some YouTube for a while. You build some relationships, you get some inside sources out here, into some war rooms. Everything's looking good so far. But Charles Cross, congratulations. Dwayne Allen was, at least for the last 5 years, the starting left tackle for the Seattle Seahawks. Of course, protecting the blind side of Russell Wilson. I think it's overall great that they went ahead because Dwayne Brown is gone. Go ahead, grab a left tackle, put him in there, and get ready for next year. It's going to be very interesting to see. DK won me that game with one catch. True story. Well, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't put it past it. I mean, when you're one catch for 87 yards and a touchdown accounts for 15 fantasy points, of course he won you the league with that one catch. Of course. I mean, the thing is, the Seahawks, self-made, will certainly go ahead and they'll draft linebacker probably later in the draft. Whether it's tomorrow, the next day, they'll certainly draft defense and try to fill in for Bobby Wagner in that regard. But for right now, I don't really think that they're going for linebacker early. I don't think any linebackers truly get drafted early anymore. It's kind of tough. Because, you can go ahead and draft a safety and put him at linebacker. I mean, what is Isaiah Simmons, right? You guys remember Isaiah Simmons out of Clemson a couple years back? Safety. They turned him into the middle linebacker for the Arizona Cardinals. The guys balled out last year. You can do that. You can go ahead and grab a safety that's bigger and put him at linebacker. You just got to teach them. They got the athletic ability to cover. Stopping the run is not going to be that much more difficult than a guy that has to come up and make tackles. Obviously, taking on guards and tackles is going to take a little bit of time to get used to, but after you build up, you'll be fine. Where does Baker end up here? I mean, Baker ends up as the backup for the Browns, or if Watson gets suspended, playing for the Browns. Because I'm looking at every team in the National Football League, and I'm thinking to myself, nobody really wants to pay the price tag that will potentially take to grab Baker. I don't think anybody does, unless a quarterback goes down with an injury. It's going to be tough for me to think that anybody wants Baker right now. Like, honestly. Because everybody else is still dealing with positions where, like, sure, do the Detroit Lions need a quarterback? Absolutely. But they're probably in the running for a top quarterback next year. And they can get rid of Jared Goff's contract next year, which, of course, they are not able to elude this year because of how much they owe him. And they don't want to pay him $30 million to play for another team, So, for right now, we keep it as such. Andrew ESPN. Garrett Wilson coming up. I hope so. I mean, there's a reason why I put him as today's thumbnail, because I was hoping that the young man would be drafted early and find some fantasy value. Of course, when we look at the Jets, right? The Jets have Elijah Moore, and they have Corey Davis, and they have Braxton Berrios. Are those three guys good enough to withhold the potential, break outage of a rookie wide receiver like a Garrett Wilson? I don't think so. I think if you go ahead and you invest number 10 in a wide receiver, he'll make immediate impact and potentially have decent fantasy value. Of course, it's going to all be up to Zach Wilson, which in my opinion, I mean, it is tough to trust Zach Wilson in fantasy. If I have to go ahead and start Elijah Moore, I'm hoping that he scores a touchdown in that given week. I know when they played together, Elijah Moore had himself like 8 targets per game, which is great, but it's tough. Here goes the Debo talk. Yeah, we'll see. Where do the Chargers go, Andrew? Another wide receiver for Herbert. Keener has some mileage on him. Listen, I've heard a lot of rumors. Now, I don't know if these rumors are true. Again, I have some inside sources. I have heard that there is a potential that the Los Angeles Chargers are considering trading Keenan Allen to the Green Bay Packers. Now, is this something that is going to happen? We'll have to wait and see. I mean, there was a little bit of rumors regarding Darren Waller a couple of days ago going to the Green Bay Packers. The Packers need a receiver. And are they willing to give up some pretty good draft capital for such? Sure. So if in fact the Chargers are in a position to trade Keenan Allen, then I would assume that they would preemptively draft a wide receiver at 17, if given the opportunity to do so. If they go ahead and they ignore wide receiver, then by all means, that kind of gives us a little bit of a peek of their hand, saying, yeah, we're probably not going to take that. All right, the pick is in. Garrett Wilson is your next New York Jets wide receiver. Thank you very much, Garrett Wilson. The thumbnail for today's video. Congratulations. Ohio State wide receiver. Again, this is a guy that, I mean, he should make immediate impact. He's a good player. It's just a matter of whether or not the quarterback's going to get him the damn ball. That's the tough part. All right. So let me go ahead. I got to scroll here. Find Wilson. Boom. All right. We'll throw him up on screen as our number 10 overall selection. And we're good to go. Congratulations to the Ohio State receiver. This kind of does, in my opinion, throw a little bit of a question mark into, hey, is Elijah Moore still worth where he's being drafted? Because I've seen Elijah Moore drafted recently ahead of Michael Thomas. If you add a receiver to this offense, is that going to potentially throw a wrench into the system in the idea that maybe, just maybe, Elijah Moore's not worth that value? Because Garrett Wilson will be eating up targets. We'll have to wait and see. A lot of exciting, things going on this offseason. All right, so 2 out of the last 3 picks have been off. I mean, the last 5 picks have been offense, which is great. For fantasy purposes, when you protect Christian McCaffrey with an offensive lineman, giving him more time, giving him more gaps to run through. When you go ahead and you help Daniel Jones, respectively, Saquon Barkley with the other offensive tackle, great. Drake London by himself could be fantastic. Garrett Wilson could be great. You add an offensive lineman to help whatever the heck is going on in that backfield, whether it is Rashad Penny or the receiving options that, the respective quarterback will be needing time in Seattle. Great. The last 5 picks have been fantastic. but I have a sneaking suspicion that we're not going to continue this trend for much longer. I'm thinking the defense might, end up being something that creeps up here. Needed him under 9.5. Oh, that's unfortunate. But hey, it is what it is. The Jets needed a receiver. If they weren't going to get Debo, of course, they'll take the next best thing, which is a young stud. Let's see here. Josh Palmer already on Chargers. Yeah, I mean, listen, the Josh Palmer thing is great, but I don't think Josh Palmer, I mean, he played a lot in the slot, and in the game that Keenan Allen was out last season, I think it was against the Giants, Palmer did play well. Don't get me wrong, he did play well. But, I mean, I would assume that if you want to win a Super Bowl, you have to have as many weapons as some of these other teams. So, if at 17, the defensive tackle is not available from Georgia, then, yeah, they'll look elsewhere like that. What do you think Minnesota is going to take at 12? My hope is that they go for cornerback because I truly do think they need it. If I was being selfish for fantasy purposes, I would say offensive line. But, it depends. Because, like, when I think of their defense, right, I think Eric Kendricks, Anthony Barr, you have Harrison Smith in the secondary, you have Patrick Peterson in the secondary. They have pieces. They have leadership. The defensive line, in my opinion, has a lack of pass rush. And I think their cornerbacks, outside of Peterson, who was, is older now, are relatively thin at the position. So, I mean, when I think of Vikings, I've always thought the Vikings team that was just killing quarterbacks, Jared Allen running people down, causing havoc. But as of late, Mike Zimmer didn't really help kind of accentuate their defense to that level. So we'll just have to wait and see. I know Danielle Hunter's still there, and he's gonna make some noise off the edge, but we still need a little bit of help. But hey, my greediness, I'm hoping it's offensive line. I don't think they need it, but we'll see. You know what would be crazy, like absolutely insane, if they go and draft a wide receiver at 12. They go and they turn around and draft like Chris Olave or some shit. Like that'd be great. Is it good for fantasy purposes? No. Does it help them maybe outscore teams like the Packers in their division? I mean, at this point, without Aaron Rodgers having a number one wide receiver, don't we think that the Vikings are probably favorite to win the division? They just have to secure that. They have to get into a position to just secure that opinion, get a couple more pieces, and we'll see. Washington trading back? Is that correct? Let's see. I mean, they did. They traded with New Orleans. New Orleans is coming up for a receiver. Here it is. All right, so give me a moment, please. I'm going to go ahead and check this out real quick. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to grab the Commanders. We're going to move the Commanders logo a little bit to the left. Then we're going to grab the Saints. I'm assuming that the Saints moved out of the number 16 or 19 spot. Which one did they trade? If the Vikings draft wide receiver, I won't know what to say. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Malcolm Jenkins. Yeah, I mean, listen, Malcolm Jenkins retired, but I think they have safety. They have cornerback. They have a really good run-stopping defense. So if they want to go ahead and invest in that, by all means they can. Maybe they do. Would it be crazy if the Saints took a quarterback? Would that be crazy? I don't know. Someone needs to explain to me the details of this trade. Who the heck... Okay, let me see if I can find it on the internet. I need the exact details so I know where to put Washington. So Washington went to 16. Okay, cool. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to grab the Saints here. And we're going to move them up to number 11 accordingly. And then we'll lock them in there. Then we'll go ahead and move the Commanders to number 16. It's crazy that they moved up and they didn't have to give up the number 19 pick. Good on them. The GM did his job correctly, I guess. All right. So we'll go ahead, close that. We'll see what happens there. The Saints moving up, huh? This is when it gets fun. No, I agree. I absolutely agree. Someone was asking me earlier, when do you think we'll start seeing trades? And last season, it was the exact kind of turn. From 8 through 12, that is when teams like to respectively move. And we saw a lot of that last year. Hopefully, we see a domino effect right now. and that transpires accordingly. Let's see here. All right. I mean, besides giving up 16, they must have given up another like couple picks, man. There's no way they could just move like that. I know it's only a 5-pick differential, but you got to get something in exchange. Okay, we'll see. I have gotten no information regarding this next pick. So, is it even in? Is the pick in yet? The Washington football team, quote unquote, was way cooler than the Commanders. I agree. I actually prefer saying Washington football team. Maybe it's just recency bias because I got used to it for a couple years there. Okay, so they gave up a 3rd and a 4th for this season. I mean, I guess if they're just trying to rack up draft capital, only move down a couple spots, they weren't in love with any respective player there. Okay, by all means, there it is. If that's all you really had to give up, if you get the player that you want, then, it is what it is. Because, as much as we've seen like great players come out of being a 3rd or a 4th round overall selection, there's no guarantee those guys are going to pan out, right? There's really no guarantee. Whether you're drafted in the 1st, number 1 overall, or drafted as Mr. Relevant at the end. There's no guarantee. So in reality, we're sitting in a position where, 3rd and 4th, you don't need it. And I'll tell you why the Saints don't need it also. The Saints don't have much draft cap. I mean, they don't have much cap room remaining. Of all the teams in the NFL that don't have much, room, Olave, yes, Andrew, I agree. If they go wide receiver here, that would be great. Another Ohio State wide receiver to accompany a former Ohio State wide receiver, Michael Thomas, I would love that. But for right now, I'm thinking to myself, yeah, at this position, they don't have much cap space. They need to go ahead and offload some of these players that they would have to respectively sign this offseason, and it would just make it that much more complicated for their GM to try to fit their salaries. So yeah, why not go ahead and get in a position where you can get rid of some players, go up, get a player you want, good to go. Eckler the stud. We got Tony Gonzalez out there. Okay. Dude, where is, I've heard nothing about this thing. Not a single lick of information regarding this pick. Crazy, huh? Who did they take? All right, Roger Goodell, hurry up and announce it. The Lions have traded up for the 12th pick? Holy. What is happening? This is it. Chris Olave to the Saints. Awesome. I'm going to put that in. Man, I'm excited, man. 3 wide receivers, bang, 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 off the board. Let's go. This is what I wanted for fantasy, baby. There's, players going to teams that needed receivers, and they're going to have immediate value there. That's great. I love it. Couldn't ask for anything more. Jameis is going to be happy. I mean, at least for as long as he's the quarterback. We'll see how long that lasts, but that's awesome. Okay, so according to this, the Lions have moved up to the number 12 spot. Is this correct? All right, so I'm going to go ahead and start moving things. But so for those of you who are Vikings fans, skull. But unfortunately, I think they've moved down. And it is crazy that they've traded with a division. Am I getting memed on? Maybe I am. Let me see. Where's the source for this? I think this is actually real. I think, let me see here. Let me find the source for this. Field Yates. Yeah, Lions have traded up for the number 12 pick. Okay. So that's confirming it. I'm going to go ahead and move the Vikings right now, and then I'll go ahead and move the Lions up. So I'm assuming the Lions gave up their 32nd overall pick to move to this position. As to what the Lions need at 12, dude, it is beyond me. I'm actually just excited to see that they're able to move up and get to this position in general. So let's see what comes of it, shall we? We're going to grab the Lions here. We're going to move them to 12. We're going to move the Vikings out. I mean, the Vikings have all but just pretty much moved out of the first round, right? Because what could they have gotten in exchange, right? I mean, am I crazy? So we'll go down to the Vikings here. Where are the Vikings? Vikings are right here on my logos. Congratulations to Chris Olave. That's the second Ohio State wide receiver taken and the third wide receiver taken in this draft. I'm excited, guys. I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, for I would say probably the last 4 years, we have all wondered who the heck is the number 2 wide receiver of the Saints. And then eventually we all realized, oh, they don't have one. It is Michael Thomas or Alvin Kamara. Without a tight end there, or at least a relevant tight end there, and without much else in terms of talent at the receiving core position, Marquez Callaway hasn't done anything, Traquan Smith hasn't become anything. It looks to me as if Chris Olave is in a great position to succeed going forward here. So I'm excited. We'll go ahead. We'll lock in the Lions at the number 12 spot. Man, it is, you often don't see teams like the Vikings trade with the Dolphins, the Lions, a division rival, because you never want to help improve your division rival. But I'm assuming the Vikings feel comfortable enough to where the Lions are not going to be competing this year. Maybe that's the reason why they can get away with stuff like this. We'll see. Am I going to be live for round 2 of the draft tomorrow? That's a good question. For right now, I would say I'm undecided. Depending on how this draft goes and how shot my voice is by tomorrow, you will see a tweet or you will see a little box on YouTube saying that I'll be streaming at X whatever time. So for right now, I'll leave it up to, we'll see. And if it ends up happening, it ends up happening. If it doesn't, I'll probably be here. I don't know if I'll have a draft board as such, but I'll probably be here. We'll see. I don't know what else I'll be doing, so I'm down to come and sit down, watch, see how's it going. Okay, let's see. All right, so let's get back into this chat. Okay, I think this pick is in, dude. The Lions are going for it. I love it. I love it. I mean, I'm thinking of what the Lions need. It's probably defense. I don't know why else they would trade up for anything else. Offensively, I mean, unless they're like, yo, we want our quarterback, and now they're going to do it. I don't think quarterback is going anytime soon. That's the thing, I'm looking at all these teams. They all have quarterbacks except for Pittsburgh, that they have to stick with. Michael says, other GMs wheeling and dealing. Yeah, but look, here's the thing. The Eagles GM has never been one to really get it moving like that. He doesn't really trade that often. You answered it. I didn't hear it. Would you pick Joe Mixon at 5 PPR? Who do you like at the number 5 pick? Joe Mixon is probably okay. So I'm thinking. So if we think Jonathan Taylor, we think Austin Eckler, we think Christian McCaffrey, Derrick Henry, Joe Mixon probably as my number 5 running back makes sense in that regard, somewhere in that range. So yeah, I'm okay with that. Is he better pick than Cooper Kupp at number 5? I'm okay with that, considering in a PPR you can find other receiver talent later in the draft and you can get away with that. So yeah, I don't mind Mixon there, Lon. Eagles traded up, really? To where? 13? Eagles going for a wide receiver. Let's hope it's not another Jalen Reagor. Yeah, let's hope. Okay, so they moved to number 13. Dude, it is time, huh? Teams have really unlocked their thoughts on whether they should sit and wait or make some plays. I love it. All right, so the Texans probably move down there. The Eagles go to 13, which is awesome. We'll go ahead and adjust it there. All right. So so the Lions received the 2nd round pick and that pick, and then they gave away a 2nd round pick, a 3rd round pick, and the 32nd overall. From my perspective, pretty much the Vikings have 2 2nd round picks. because the number 32 pick and the number 34 pick, doesn't really do much, right? Those, in my eyes, are just 2 second-round picks. So if you're going to give up your first for 2 seconds, okay, that's fine. We'll see what they end up doing with it, but I'm okay with that for now. All right, so Jameson Williams has been selected by the Detroit Lions, another wide receiver off the board. Sheesh. Let's go ahead and find him. Man, these Alabama wide receivers coming off the board in the last couple of years, that has been something, huh? All right, so they are building their offense. I mean, if anybody thought that Amon-Ra St. Brown was going to have an easy time of getting targets in 2022, this will continue to drive in that idea that it's not going to be easy for him to pull out a steady stream of targets while Swift, Hawkinson, Jameson Williams, and DJ Chark are all eating away at that. I'm pretty happy with the way that Detroit went about this, though. I don't know how much of an impact this guy makes because there's a lot of mouths to feed in that offense. But hey, we know they're going to be throwing the ball the whole time, trying to find themselves success because they'll be losing a lot of games. So we'll see. So far, so good. Let's see here. Christian McCaffrey is at the end of the first or second round pick for me this year. I mean, listen, if Christian McCaffrey won't be available at the end of the first round. So if that may be the pick for you, sure. But for right now, I've seen him be drafted in the top 3 in many of occasions, many of instances. Alrighty. Okay, what is the next wave of selections to be made here, huh? What is next? I mean, the Eagles need a wide receiver, right? You know what's funny? The Eagles moved up and they could have had Jameson Williams. They could have. Another Alabama guy. They could have. They could have paired him next to Devonta Smith, 2 Alabama wide receivers that have played in the same room. They could have paired him up with Jalen Hurts, a former Alabama quarterback. But they didn't. So we'll see. We'll see. I don't know what the Eagles front office wants to end up doing here, but sheesh. Yeah, someone just asked, any good wide receivers left? I mean, yes, there are. But they're not as solidified, guaranteed, immediate impact guys. But George Pickens, available. A guy to keep your eye on. Probably could be a first-round selection here. Treylon Burks, another guy. Keep your eye on. Could be another first-round selection here. So expect maybe, just maybe, if they're available, to be on the board, available and picked. Jordan Davis. I'm hoping the Chargers can get Jordan Davis. My goodness, please. Oh, it is Jordan Davis. That's why someone said it. Thank you. Okay, so Jordan Davis, the defensive lineman, has been taken off the board. I mean, this guy is a freak of nature athlete. At the size, the weight, and the speed that this guy has, I mean, this guy is just a machine, interior defensive lineman. Okay, very well. They don't go wide receiver. They go defense. Very well, Eagles. You have another pick in the next couple, and hopefully they'll address wide receiver at that point. We will see. I mean, again, if Jameson Williams maybe didn't come off the board, they would have had a different decision to make, but you never know. What are the Cowboys going to do, in your opinion? I think by the time it gets to 24, it's probably in their best interest to take a offensive lineman to reassure their right tackle position, or potentially the interior of their offensive line. I think, if I'm not mistaken, let me go find this offensive lineman that I've been referring to, but the name keeps eluding me. Where the heck is this name? That's not it. Where is... If they go Tyler Linderbaum, I wouldn't be surprised. I think he plays center in college. If he gets selected, I wouldn't be surprised for the Cowboys. It wouldn't be a bad thing either. Travis Frederick retired a couple years ago, of course, because of the illness he was diagnosed with and all that kind of stuff. So, wouldn't surprise me. Yeah. What a guy, Chris. Listen, I 100% understand. I 100% understand. We'll see. I mean, look, the Chargers now are. I mean, they. I think they should still go defense, respectively. I think they still need to improve whatever defensive linebacking issues they have because they couldn't stop the run last year. So hopefully they continue to stick with that plan, and we'll see what happens. Let's see here. What do we got? What do we got? Christian Watson. Okay, you're just naming a couple wide receivers. Yeah, listen, there's a lot of guys left. Are they first rounders? Maybe late first. Maybe at 28, 29 before the Chiefs end up grabbing. Maybe. Give me a breakdown on this Eagles pick, Andrew. We definitely need young defensive line to replace the old guard. Yeah, listen, when we're talking about pure athleticism and like just being an absolute menace to society on defense, Jordan Davis is going to be perfectly fine there. My only concern is okay, so Jordan Davis is going to have to play nose guard. I mean, I don't know. Do they run a four front? I don't know what they've done in the last couple years. Are they running a three front or a four front? No, I think they're probably running a four front still, right? Because Fletcher Cox usually plays the three tech. So then Jordan Davis will play the one tech opposite him. If in fact Fletcher Cox is still, I thought they were going to trade Fletcher Cox, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, if they're still running a four front in Philadelphia, like I anticipate them doing, then he should be fine. It's just going to be really hard to move the ball on that front seven. It will, just purely. So they went ahead and, I mean, I'm not even kidding. If in fact, like Jordan Davis was available, let's say, for example, Jordan Davis existed in his current capacity 5 years ago, the guy would have been a top 10 pick. I truly do think so. But because there is so much increased value of pass rushers, defensive ends, it is diminished the overall draft capital that you need to spend for, you know, an interior defense alignment. Because a lot of people look at the interior defense alignment and they think to themselves, is he going to get to the quarterback? You know, and often the answer is no. But it's what he does for your edge rushers. It's the ability to close the gap and close the pocket a little bit more, make it a little bit tighter for the quarterback that they're playing against. That makes him that much more of a valuable play. Aaron Rodgers shaking his head right now about what? What happened? Aaron Rodgers needs to figure it out, man. He needs to either be pissed at the Packers and get traded, or he needs to, just suck it up. I don't know. I'm hearing too many complaints from Aaron Rodgers now. There's no way Aaron Rodgers is surprised the man has seen them squander opportunities over a decade. Yeah, no, that is what it is. I mean, it's hilarious too that the wide receivers that Aaron Rodgers has been most comfortable with, Jordy Nelson, Devontae Adams, Randall Cobb, right? They let Randall Cobb walk a couple years ago. They let Jordy Nelson go to the Raiders and then finish his final years there when he could have finished it as a Packer. And then now they send his next best wide receiver to the Raiders again. So, I mean, it is what it is. He's got to be used to it by now, I think. The thing is with Aaron Rodgers, too, I don't know if he really likes rookie wide receivers. He really never has. He's always said, I want older guys that have experience. That's the thing, right? So if you're going to go ahead and pair up Aaron Rodgers with a receiver, go sign Jarvis Landry. Go sign Julio Jones. Go sign, Will Fuller. They were going to trade for Will Fuller a couple years back, if you guys remember, prior to the trade deadline, and then Will Fuller got suspended. So, anyway. Okay, so my source that was giving me everything in terms of the top 10 has gone AWOL. Quiet. So whatever picks end up on my screen up top here, that'll be what I will relay onto screen. And it'll be that going forward. Okay, so let's see here. What do we got the Eagles selecting? What do we got? What do we got? Love the show, Andrew. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words. Again, for those of you guys who are here, about 88 of you, kind of fluctuates. I appreciate you guys being here, helping entertain myself, and of course, whatever information I can kind of give you guys during this NFL draft. Jordan Davis. Oh yeah, we already did that. What are we talking about? I'm waiting for the next pick. Why are we so far behind? Where's the Ravens? The Ravens haven't picked yet? I thought the Ravens were on the clock already. What are we doing? It took them that long to get Jordan Davis onto the stage? Dude, come on, let's go. Hurry up. Fuller gets hurt too much? Yeah, but it doesn't mean you have to pay him much. You know, you sign up for a 1-year, $5 million deal. That's it. No strings attached. Zero guarantee money. Play to play. Play to pay. Pay to play. Do one of those contracts. I mean, unless someone else wants to sign him, you may be the only home that he might want to go to. And I mean, to be honest, if I'm Will Fuller and I need to go ahead and reestablish myself, I want to go play with a good quarterback like Aaron Rodgers because he's going to help me be better and he's going to turn me into a better wide receiver so that when I'm up for the next contract, whether it is with Green Bay or with another team, people look at me and think, oh man, this guy's actually good. Whether or not he's injured or not, that's up to the luck of whether or not he ends up sustaining an injury. Let's see here. Anybody know if the Eagles trade details were? What they gave up to move up? Let's see here. I mean, they didn't move up that much, right? They only moved up 2 picks from Houston, so I'm going to assume that they didn't give up much. All right, so the Baltimore Ravens have drafted safety Kyle Hamilton, so that is going to be put down here now. Let's go ahead. Some of you were mentioning Hamilton earlier to being selected from a different team. I think some of you were mentioning him in regards to going to the Saints. Obviously, Saints went wide receiver. A team that obviously is known for their defense will be taking Kyle Hamilton, the Baltimore Ravens. Congratulations to him. Again, just continuing to solidify that because for the next 10 years, they're going to have to try to stop Jamar Chase, Joe Burrow, and whatever that plethora of receiving options, Tyler Boyd, T. Higgins, they're going to have to try to stop that for the next 10 years. Best of luck. So, of course, you want to go and grab somebody in the secondary. Help you kind of stop the bleeding there. Man, Jordan Davis, 6'7" almost, 340. The dude is a monster. Bruin Backhand says they gave up a fourth and 2/5. Okay, that's fine. I mean, again, the 4th and 2/5 could end up being people, but they could also end up being guys that are just special team players, right? So no big deal. Yeah, Jordan Davis is just a absolute freak. The dude is just built different, literally, in every word, meaning of the phrase. Okay, so now that we have the Baltimore Ravens off the clock, we have 2 of the teams that traded back. We have the Texans and we have the Washington Commanders. So, Texans, what do they need? They'll probably end up going another defensive play here. I think to myself, they're not going to go wide receiver. They're not going quarterback because I think they like Davis Mills. I like Davis Mills. They could go O-line technically, but I mean, that's if they're trying to slowly but surely in the next couple of years shoo out Laramie Tunsil. Tunsil could even be traded today. We'll see. For right now, I'm just thinking they probably go defense. As to where, I mean, they already took a cornerback. Maybe they go D-line. Try to stir that up a little bit more. But we'll see. At number 15. So we're about, I'd say, 2 hours and 15 minutes into the stream. We are only 14 selections in out of 32. We'll be here for a while, I guess. So it's going to be interesting. Okay, so Eagles picks after the trade. They got the number 13th. They still have 18. They still have the 83rd pick and the 51st. Oh, wow. They are stacked on picks. Yeah. I mean, isn't this because the Eagles traded down last year? They just have, collected all these picks. Didn't they trade with the, if I'm not mistaken, they traded with the 49ers last year. That's why they have all these picks, unless I'm mistaken. Big Body Beck says, what made you fall in love with fantasy football and your in-depth love for it? I love the content. That's why I ask. Great question. What made me fall in love with fantasy football? I mean, I love the sport of football, right? So I think that is a necessary thing to begin with, right? If you love the sport of football, often fantasy football will always be somewhere in the conversation. Like, I started playing fantasy when I was 10. I think I was 10. Let me think here. I'm trying to think what year it was. If that was there, then I was in like I was in the 6th grade, if I'm not mistaken, when I started playing fantasy football. It was the 6th or was it 7th? I don't remember. So it's been a while, right? I started all the way back then. Loved playing. It made it more interesting to watch games. So as to why I fell in love with football, I mean, football, you play it, you love it. That was my number one in high school, right? So I obviously gravitated towards it in any sort of medium. So when I had the opportunity to take some time, try to make a YouTube channel regarding fantasy football, try to share some knowledge, like the main reason I made the channel wasn't literally to do this. I didn't make the channel to become a YouTuber. I made the channel literally just to give advice to my friends in my own respective home leagues because I was winning so badly. I remember, so I started this channel in 2018. In 2017, I had a team with Gordon, Bell, and Kareem Hunt, and I went 15-1 that season. I don't think I lost one game the whole year with my friends, and I was like, bro, like, guys, come on, what are we doing, right? Like, I wasn't even worried the whole season. So at that point, I was like, let me just make some content, see if they'll watch it. Maybe it'll make it more competitive. It has certainly made it competitive since because I haven't won my home league since, right? Because they know what I'm going to do. But anyway, I mean, listen, I love football, love fantasy, and it's just, when you love the NFL that much, it kind of just everything clicks. Thanks for the question. I think Marlon Mack got traded to the Houston. Yeah, he signed. I don't think he got traded. He signed to the Houston Texans. Let's see. Houston Texans. Let's see. Marquise Hollywood Brown has been traded to the Arizona Cardinals. Oh my God. What? Dude. That is a real trade. Okay, Houston took a guard. They took Kenyon Green out of Texas A&M. We'll throw that on the screen right now. But Hollywood, who is Mark Andrews, baby, to the moon. Holy moly. So to replace Christian Kirk, they went and they got Marquise Hollywood Brown. That's literally what they've done. That is crazy. They're all in on trying to help Mr. Kyler there. Okay, so Kenyon, right? Kenyon Green. Let's go ahead. Let's throw him on screen here. Boom, boom, have him. Had him ready in terms of the top upper tier offensive lineman in this draft. So we'll go ahead, insta-grab him there. We can actually move him to the right so he doesn't get cut off. Marquise Hollywood Brown. I want to know the trade details. Where are the details on this sucker, dude? What is that? The Ravens have traded Marquise Hollywood Brown and the number 100 overall pick for the Cardinals' 23rd overall pick in this year's draft. So the number 23 pick is now owned by the Baltimore Ravens. So we'll go ahead. We'll change that up. The Cardinals no longer have a first-round pick. This is insanity. Okay, now we've begun. Andrews as a tight end one? Yes. Now we're beginning to get to the conversation of Kelsey Andrews. Who is more valuable because who else did they throw the damn ball to there, right? Wow. Did not anticipate that in any regard. Let me go ahead. I need to make another Ravens logo because I did not anticipate that. We'll go ahead. We'll grab that Ravens logo. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's go ahead, Control Z that. And we'll just grab that, move it to 23. Boom. Okay, we have ourselves, holy moly. As you could tell from my reaction, I was pretty surprised because, of a receiver being traded, I didn't expect Hollywood Brown to be moved. I mean, okay, so the Ravens this offseason, they lost Sammy Watkins. He went to the Green Bay Packers. They just traded away Marquise Hollywood Brown. Big Body Beck in the chat with the two googly eyes looking at Bateman. Yes, Rashad Bateman is the number one wide receiver of that offense. Hands down. Unless they're going to go ahead and draft someone today at 23 or something of that extent. Wow. Thomas says Christian Kirk died for this. Nah, Christian Kirk didn't die. Christian Kirk got a 5-year, $84 million contract. Christian Kirk is living his life in Florida, enjoying it. So I don't think Christian Kirk has nothing to worry about. Wow. This is, sheesh. They're going all in. I mean, they are going all in to try to help Kyler just, accomplish it. They have the team to do it. Oh, man, that is crazy. That is interesting. Because now, someone was asking earlier about DeAndre Hopkins. I'm a little bit less interested in Hopkins. Because, when there was no Christian Kirk, and it was Hopkins, Ertz, and Rondell Moore, and AJ Green, I was like, okay, well, Hopkins should be, clear number one. There's just more targets now just being siphoned away, whether it is from Rondell Moore or from Zach Ertz or from, this is, sheesh. I mean, what are we doing now? Okay. I like it. Kyler Murray over Lamar now. Until Lamar has someone to throw the ball to other than Mark Andrews, yeah. Because Kyler has just as much, I wouldn't say he has just as much rushing upside. I think 2019 and 2021, his rookie year and the most recent year, Kyler Murray has kind of demonstrated that he is a 500 rushing yards, 5 rushing touchdown kind of quarterback. He's not going to be like Lamar, where he goes for 1,100 rushing yards and 7 touchdowns, right? But on the other end of the spectrum, he will throw the ball far more in terms of attempts, and he'll light it up in that regard. But as of right now, the Baltimore Ravens look like they're a run-only team, unless they're throwing the ball to Mark Andrews and Rashad Bateman. Wow. Easy. This is easily the craziest offseason, says Bruin Backhand. Yeah, I know it is, by far. And that is what makes fantasy football that much more interesting this year. Because there is so much movement that it just makes it fresh. It feels fresh. New names, new places, guys that are getting new opportunities that they may not have had. Just putting it in perspective, Marquise Hollywood Brown had 148 targets last year. I think this is a number that I'm pulling off the top of my head. I can confirm it right now. Let me go pull up my Google Sheets Excel sheet here. If I'm not mistaken, he had 148 targets. That was at least in the top 10 at the position of wide receiver. That in itself, I don't think can be duplicated. I don't think we're going to go ahead and see Kyler throw the ball to this man 146 times, 91 catches, 1,000 yards. I don't know if he's going to get that many targets, but the explosivity this guy has. And you know what the best part is? A lot of people don't know this. Kyler Murray last season was the best quarterback of throwing the deep ball. By far, in a way, the best quarterback in terms of accuracy, completion percentage, and even attempts. He was, despite the fact that he only played 14 games, he was the best quarterback at throwing the deep ball. Whether it was to DeAndre Hopkins, AJ Green, whether it was to Christian Kirk, he was the best quarterback. So when you add a deep threat with this level of speed on the outside, bro, they're about to light it up. All right, so Washington selects John Dotson out of Penn State. That is great. They go ahead and they add another, tool to Carson Wentz's belt, I guess, per se. I'm not really thinking Carson Wentz is a fantasy relevant quarterback in any regard on that team until otherwise noted. But until then, we'll go ahead. We'll throw Dotson on the screen here and keep it moving. Where's my wide receivers here? Dotson. Okay, cool. Right here. Congratulations to Dotson, his family, and they got themselves another wide receiver. I mean, Terry McLaurin needed some help. Obviously, they don't have much receiver help there. A wide receiver being taken in front of the Los Angeles Chargers, interesting. I don't know what the Chargers want to do, and I'm excited to see because obviously, as a Rams fan, we won the Super Bowl. I'm perfectly fine with that. I don't need them to have a pick, but I would like to see the Chargers at least improve so that maybe I can have two teams in the playoffs every year. Ooh, wow. That Marquise Hollywood-Brown trade, I mean, I'm overjoyed. I just love it. I love seeing movement, man. Kyler turned into the new Russell Wilson. Yeah, we'll see. J.K. Dobbins is huge since no Melvin Gordon. Here's the thing, strength iOS. I'm not okay. I love J.K. Dobbins. I love healthy J.K. Dobbins, and so do the Ravens. But the issue is there is a lot of stats regarding running backs coming back from ACL injuries and not being the same. That's just it. It is purely what it is. And unfortunately, the fact of the matter is that we're in a reality where his ACL injury may, do more harm to his overall fantasy value than we want it to, and he may not be a full strength back. We'll know by the end of the next 2 days where he's at. And what I mean by that is if the Baltimore Ravens draft a running back today, tomorrow, or the next day, that'll give us an indication as to whether or not they feel confident that J.K. Dobbins could be the lead back going forward. So we'll see. But Rashad Bateman, man, I mean, if Marquise Hollywood-Brown's getting those kind of targets, just wait till Rashad Bateman gets those targets. I'm excited. Another name into the Rolodex of guys that could potentially be, oh my God, the Titans are planning on trading A.J. Brown to the Eagles. Oh my God. Dude, what is happening? What is happening? The Eagles, they've done it. Oh my goodness. What is this? What is this? I love it, dude. I love it. I'm just going to sit here and enjoy it, man. This is fantastic. I love it. I don't know what else to say, guys. I love it. I love every second of it. Wow. Oh my God, they moved A.J. Brown, but why? What is it? I don't get it. But okay. Eagles, let's go. A.J. Brown. Wow. Thomas Griffin, Eagles fan here. I'm dead. Bobby Trees. Yeah, listen, Bobby Trees is going to be the number one over there. That's for sure. Wow. So I'm assuming that the Eagles' 18th pick isn't actually theirs. I'm assuming that's the Tennessee Titans pick now. So let me see. Is there any details regarding this trade? Los Angeles Chargers took an offensive lineman. Love it. Zion, right? Zion Johnson. Perfect. I was saying, man, I would like them to fix the right side of their offensive line. It looks like they're about to do so. So I love that. You're protecting your investment, Justin Herbert. Okay, so after I put this pick up, we're going to move on to what the heck the Eagles have just done, dude. Oh my God. Now, in perspective, A.J. Brown leaving and going to the Eagles doesn't make me too excited about his fantasy because I don't know if Jalen Hurts is the quarterback to get him to wide receiver one prominence. And that is a huge concern. But we gotta hope that wide receiver two upside with potential of being in that, low end wide receiver one is there. I mean, this is okay. Let me go change the logos around. I gotta go and I know the Tennessee Titans didn't have a first round pick. Do they have one? Oh, they do. They have 26. So let me go ahead. My assumption is that they went ahead and let's paste this. Let's move this here. My assumption is that they've moved on from 18. So I'm going to go ahead. I'll remove this Eagles logo here. Move the Tennessee to 18 because that's what I'm assuming they had to give for A.J. Brown. If they give anything less, I mean, what are we talking about, right? Wow. Just wow. That's all I can actually just kind of comprehend at this point. The Marquise Brown one was crazy, and then now we're doing A.J. Brown. Where's Debo? Debo, Time to go somewhere else, buddy. Where's Green Bay? Green Bay, start knocking. Devonta Smith and A.J. Brown is lethal. No, I 100% agree. It is. It is pure. With Dallas Goedert, do not forget, Dallas Goedert is a stud tight end. He is very talented. That is a young core of players that, whoo, baby. I mean, they made the playoffs last year, but now they're going for blood. I mean, they go for Jordan Davis at 13, and then they move and they get A.J. Brown? Sheesh. Okay, this is the only thing that I can say objectively that makes me confident that A.J. Brown could still be relevant in fantasy. Okay, listen up. A.J. Brown, despite the fact that he's been with Ryan Tannehill, has made a lot of plays with very minimal opportunity. And what I mean by that is that even with 5 or 6 targets in a game, A.J. Brown has still maintained relevancy in terms of fantasy point productivity. I'll go ahead and just give you some examples, okay? Since Ryan Tannehill has taken over in 2019, week 7 against the Chargers, okay? Since then on, so the last 27, or has it been 27? No, it's been more. I think it's 35 total games with Ryan Tannehill. A.J. Brown, when he's been given 6 targets, has averaged 16 fantasy points per game. 6 targets, that's the average. Any game where he's had 6 targets or more, he's averaged 16 plus fantasy points. If you can get him the ball, he can be great. In the 26 out of the 35 games that he has had 4 or more receptions, A.J. Brown has scored 17 fantasy points per game on average. 4 or more receptions. Get this man the ball, and he produces. Get him opportunity down in the red zone, and he'll produce. That is what we've seen in his career. Let's just hope that the lack of opportunity, because maybe they don't throw the ball as much as other teams, maybe because Devonta Smith and Dallas Goedert are going to, inhale some targets. I'm assuming it's not going to hurt him that bad because we know what A.J. Brown is capable of. So that's my only, at this moment, hope is that even regardless of the fact that he may not be getting 8 to 10 targets a game, he will hopefully be given enough to ball out, because when you put the ball in a good player's hands, he'll make plays, especially down in the red zone. This is a touchdown fiend like we've seen over the years. I mean, this is crazy. Absolutely insanity. All right, the Tennessee Titans went ahead and they drafted Treylon Burks with the number 18 overall pick. That is what they've decided. They thought so low of A.J. Brown. They said, you know what? We're not going to pay you, A.J. Brown. We're just going to go ahead, trade you, and then take your incumbent, the person that's going to be basically taking your seat. Treylon Burks, another one of those wide receivers that those of you who were asking, hey, is there any good wide receivers left? One of the ones I mentioned, obviously coming off the board here and being selected by the Tennessee Titans. I mean, what are we doing? This is musical chairs. It is a comedy, and I love it. Wow. What are we doing, bro? Holy moly. Oh, wow. I mean, it was literally just a couple minutes ago. I was like, dude, we're only 14 picks in. What is going on? Like, where's the action? This year, the action is coming, man. And I don't think it's stopping, man. Let's get Debo traded. Let's go. Let's get somebody else on the move. Maybe DK Metcalf's going to find himself a new home. I don't know. Maybe DK to the Green Bay Packers. Anybody? Any takers? That sounds like a good idea to me. DK Metcalf being the number 1 wide receiver in fantasy. I'd love to see that. Anybody? These are just, I'm booking my fantasy dreams in my own mind. But damn, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yo. Okay. All right. I gotta relax. All right. So let's see here. A couple of the comments. I love your videos. Thank you very much, Arthur. I appreciate that. Glad you're here, and I'm glad you enjoy the content, my guy. If Hurts can actually complete passes, they'll go crazy. I mean, yeah, no, you're not wrong. If he can consistently make good plays, I don't even care if he's completing down the field passes. He's just got to make good decisions, and they'll be fine. Obviously, this is a team that wants to run the ball first. I'm glad A.J. Brown likes to run block because they're going to, ask him to do a lot of that. Is Jalen a top 10 quarterback in fantasy week to week now? He already was. Don't even get it twisted, Thomas. He already was. Earlier today, I said he was number 8 in terms of if I was to kind of just eyeball test, throw him into a top 10 position, I'd say 8. I think that solidifies it even more. Does he move up? I don't know. That's a matter of what happens in the rest of this draft. Other teams, other players, stuff like that. But for right now, it just continues to solidify that he is a QB1 and he should be treated as such in leagues that are 4-point per passing touchdown. And of course, his rushing ability is going to be used at the level that it is. Iron like a lion in Zion. Okay, interesting. Thank you, Steven. Okay, Zion, iron. Okay, got it. Thank you, Steven, for the pronunciation. Either way, I'm glad the Chargers took offensive line. Interesting to see. Ryan Tannehill's number one receiving option, assuming Robert Woods is ready to go, will be Robert Woods. You guys know how much I love Robert Woods. I have a plethora of stats regarding him. I can divulge it now or later this summer. Either way, we're just building fantasy value for more and more players. Treylon Burks could be a huge part of this offense. Really could. Unlock it even more. They just didn't want to pay AJ Brown, and that's just crazy. The Saints will probably be on the clock by now. I'm assuming their pick should have already gone in, but maybe it hasn't. Maybe they're still deciding. Let's go back to this chat. Howie is finally out of my first round doghouse. Yeah. For those of you Eagle fans, it's crazy. AJ Brown, 4 years, $100 million. Is that actually what they're giving him? They're giving him 25 a year. That's crazy if that's the case. The Eagles didn't make much noise this offseason in terms of free agency, so they have money. So if that's how they want to spend it, by all means, go for it. Big Body Beck says, I love Aaron Rodgers. Wish they would have made the AJ Brown trade. I agree. I 100% wish they would have made the AJ Brown trade. But hopefully DK is up for sale. Or if DK is not up for sale, like I mentioned earlier, Keenan Allen, Tyler Lockett. These are guys that could still be up for sale on respective teams that could give Green Bay a number one wide receiver. Now, Tyler Lockett and Keenan Allen, these are two slot receivers. Doesn't make me so excited about it. I know Devontae Adams played a lot of slot, but he also made a lot of noise on the outside, which is the huge difference maker. So, Andrew, who's your favorite team? Any LA team. LA born and raised. So, Chargers and Rams. Obviously, Rams, they're not picking today. So, those are my two diehards. Do I hold one over the other? Look, I don't think I do. Obviously the Rams got here before, but I just love both teams. So it's not like a Lakers-Clippers thing. Like the Clippers, I still root for them. I'm obviously day one, Lakers guy because the Lakers have been winning for the last 20 years. This year, but just depends. Damn, Treylon Burks about to get a huge fantasy upgrade because a lot of people were wondering, is this man going to go to Green Bay? Is this man going to go to Kansas City and find value? But sheesh. This is exciting. I'm a big fan of New England. Okay, nice. Michael. That's awesome. New England and Cleveland. Angie, do you think Robert Woods' fantasy outlook with AJ Brown? Look, if Robert Woods coming off the ACL, okay, that's a huge thing. He sustained that at practice in week 9. If Ryan Tannehill can step up and play well, we're in a good spot. The reason why I say this mainly is because, let's be honest here. Robert Woods, prior to, the unfortunate season-ending injury, was a top 10 wide receiver in fantasy. If I'm not mistaken, I could actually find the exact stat. I have stats on literally every player already broken down for every video this year. Like I've already done all my research. I just haven't closed all their books because I knew that players were going to get traded and drafted and all this kind of stuff. But just to kind of give you some context, last season, prior to the injury of being, obviously torn ACL at practice, Robert Woods was, in fact, let's see here. Okay, from weeks 1 through 9, Robert Woods was the number 11 overall wide receiver in fantasy in a half PPR scoring format, all while Cooper Kupp was the number 1. So we know Robert Woods can be a stud. If you go back to his prior seasons, in 2018, he was the number 10 wide receiver. In 2019, he was the number 17 wide receiver. 2020, he was the number 13 wide receiver, all 3 of those seasons with Jared Goff. We know he could be a relevant top 24 wide receiver. This continues to build towards that trend of giving him a little bit more value in fantasy. We thinking Malik Willis to the Steelers? Good question. Actually, really good question. I have no clue. It's possible. Or they could just wait until next season. We'll see. 57 guaranteed for AJ Brown. That's a monster deal. Congratulations to him. He just got paid. That's what he wanted to do. He wanted to get paid. And obviously the Titans would rather just pay a rookie, far less and just keep it moving because they know their offense is predicated on whether or not Derrick Henry is able to move. Also, Tennessee needs to get a better offensive line. I know that Tennessee wants to go ahead and make these moves. They got to get a better offensive line. They lost Roger Saffold, great offensive left guard. They lost Quessenberry. Quessenberry was the 5th best run-blocking offensive tackle last season in the National Football League. Their right tackle, he went over to the Buffalo Bills. He got a 1-year contract. The Buffalo Bills are going to be rolling this year. Not only that, Roger Saffold also went to the Buffalo Bills. So 2 of the Tennessee Titans' stud offensive line went to the Bills. I guess what they're going to do this year, guys? Yeah, they're going to run the ball. I mean, Josh Allen and Devin Singletary look to be that much sharper, but nonetheless, Tennessee needs to improve offensive line specifically. All right. Let's see here. Doomsday Defense says they were bad to the bone. Or Robert says Doomsday Defense, they're bad to the bone. Oh, got it. Sorry, I misread that. Okay, next pick. Anybody? Okay, the offensive lineman, Trevor Penning, taken by the New Orleans Saints. Very well. So we'll go ahead, set that up. Trevor Penning. I mean, they needed to replace Terron Armstead, so it makes sense that they went ahead and drafted offensive line. But it is interesting that the year that they go ahead and Sean Payton leaves, they're investing in offense. But obviously they needed that. What else? I like Matt Corral to the Steelers. Sergio, it's possible. I mean, I don't know if they're going to go quarterback. I would hope that they don't because they need it this year. Does it help their fantasy this year? Look, I'm so greedy in that regard that I just want players that are going to help them now. And I'm thinking offensive line. Give me value so that Najee Harris can be better. Give me value so that Mitch Trubisky has more times to get Deontay the damn ball. You know, that's where my mind is at. You know what I mean? Let's see here. Bobby Trees was going off early. I mean, listen, hold on, Jake. That's a misconception. Bobby Trees wasn't going off early. The first 4 weeks of the season, he was very quiet. Then from like week 5 on, yes, he was going off, respectively. So if you put that in perspective, it took him a little while to get that connection with Stafford that Kupp immediately had. But if you can build that with Tannehill, we'll be in a good spot. All right. Bills versus Chargers AFC Championship game, says Sam Telesco. You know what's funny, Sammy Telesco? I think the GM's name for the Los Angeles Chargers is Tom Telesco. So it's interesting that you're predicting that, huh? Any relation? Get me a job. Thank you. Let's see here. I don't need a job. I'm perfectly happy with this one. Bruin Backhand says, apparently the Jets offered the number 10 overall pick to the 49ers for Deebo Samuels, and they denied. Yeah, I read that yesterday. I just thought another team would go after Deebo after that happened, you know? But I guess if you're going to deny the number 10 pick, then I guess you would deny every other offer, theoretically. Apparently, so we did that. What a night for the pre-draft big boards on Underdog. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of chaos. There's a lot of chaos in this draft already that is just going to go right into Best Ball Mania 3, and it's just going to be crazy. Ever since the first GM domino fell, the night has been absolutely effing out of control. Yeah, no, I agree. This is crazy. Yeah, this is great. As an Eagles fan, I would be excited as well, Michael. You guys got Jordan Davis and A.J. Brown. You guys are in a good spot right now. First 4 weeks made me regret drafting him. Yeah, of course. Everybody was on the same boat with Robert Woods. Robert Woods is the best route runner in the business, Sam. I would probably disagree with that. I'd say he's probably, not even probably, he is definitively a top 5 run blocking wide receiver, which is why he's on the Tennessee Titans. That's why the Titans wanted him. And that's obviously going to help for Derrick Henry. But I don't know about top 5 wide receivers. I mean, he's not one of the best route runners. I think Devontae Adams, Keenan Allen, they by far and away are the best route runners in the league. Let's see. Assuming no monster moves, what would you say the best fantasy defense today? Assuming no monster moves, who would you say is the best fantasy defense? Right now, best defense going into this upcoming season is probably, I'd have to look at schedule because that really does play a factor. It's probably between Buffalo and Dallas because those two fantasy defenses were, I mean, just unstoppable last season. And I don't know why they would slow down, you know? They really haven't. I know Dallas, you know, they lost Gregory, their defensive end. You know, okay, so be it. KS says, what happened? I came. What? Hold up. KS, a lot has happened. Marquise Hollywood Brown got traded to the Arizona Cardinals. AJ Brown got traded to the Eagles. And a lot of wide receivers have been selected, specifically Drake London to the Falcons, Garrett Wilson to the Jets, Chris Olave to the Saints. We have Jameson Williams to the Lions, John Dotson to the Washington Commanders, and then now Treylon Burks to the Tennessee Titans. Again, the only other wide receiver that we mentioned earlier as potential like first round guaranteed, George Pickens, is still on the board. Could go within the next couple picks here, whether it is Green Bay, whether it is Baltimore. Again, those teams need a receiver. We'll just have to wait and see. Steelers called Pickett, leaked on Twitter. No shot. No. No way, Thomas. No way. Michael says our sports talk stations in Philly are going nuts right now. Tomorrow's going to be hilarious. Yeah, no, I mean, if I was listen, I'm a fan of every player of every team because I love fantasy. I think this is really good for their team. It really is. It's a W. I would have made the exact same trade. I didn't know it was on the board. I didn't know they were actually trying to really sell AJ Brown like that. And I'm all for it. Yeah, Kenny Pickett. He's a Steeler. Done. I just looked it up. Oh my God. Dude, what is happening? What is happening? Kenny Pickett is the future quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers after the retirement of one Ben Roethlisberger. Wow. What is happening? Dude, I haven't had this much fun during a draft in a very long time. I mean, this is just insanity. My favorite part is that since pick 6, and that's actually funny, pick 6, I'm talking about the Carolina Panthers pick at number 6 overall. Since then, bro, we have seen offense after offensive player taken. I mean, there's literally only been Jordan Davis and Kyle Hamilton as the only defensive players selected since then. This is heaven for me. Offensive players coming off the board with a fantasy. Man, sheesh, let's go. We're feeling it. Please, next Debo trade. Oh, please. Yes, let's do it. Let's set it up. Let's get it. If he's not traded by tonight, then he's going to be a 49er this year, or he's going to not play, and he's going to pull a Le'Veon Bell. We'll see. Man, this is absolute insanity, and I love every second of it. Can't get enough. Absolutely bonkers. All right, let's go over to Twitter, see if there's anything that I'm missing here. Why is so many people... Okay, never mind. A lot of Debo talk, huh? We'll see. What do we got? Man, the Packers got to make a move, man. They got to make a play here. If the Packers draft defense twice in a row, I'm not going to be surprised because it is what it is. And that's just the Packers mindset. They've always been like that, where they just don't want to help their stud quarterback. But, it is what it is. Man, the fact that a quarterback that's... Sheesh, Kenny Pickett. Now, of the other quarterbacks, right? Somebody mentioned Matt Corral earlier. Malik Willis. Desmond Ridder. I want to assume that there is going to be a team that trades back into their first round in the late first, probably either with Cincinnati or Green Bay or Kansas City. Someone's going to trade back in and take a quarterback. Who? I don't know. but somebody's going to. Someone's going to have to. I don't think they're done today. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the Saints are like, yo, let's just go ahead. Let's trade back into the first and let's go get another. You know, like it wouldn't be beyond it. Passer trading back, that makes sense. That's very Bill Belichick-esque. But who is he trading back with, Bruin? Someone want to move up? No, he didn't. KS, don't troll me like that, my guy. Don't troll me like that. That would be crazy. So let's see here. Can he pick it over Trubisky? Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, now that they've drafted a quarterback, they should just give him the reins. Just give it to him. Let him take over. I mean, it's probably in their best interest to give him as much experience as they can. I don't know if they're going to win the division this year, whether it is with Trubisky or not, right? So I don't think Trubisky helps them win the division because Cincinnati, Baltimore, Cleveland, they are just stacked across the board. So I'm thinking you just play your rookie. I don't want to break the rookie. I don't want to break his mental like how the Jets did with Sam Darnold, but, we'll see. Pickett was born to be a Steeler, blue-collar guy. I mean, so be it. I don't know. I don't really care. As long as he plays well for them and gets the damn ball to Deontay Johnson, that's all that matters to me. Yeah, I agree, Michael. It's been crazy. Let's see here. Okay, Chaos. Take it easy, okay? All right. So the Patriots have traded back with the Chiefs. Thank you, Bruin Backhand, for letting me know. I just confirmed that on my phone, and the Chiefs have moved up. Man, the Chiefs better be taking a wide receiver, right? I mean, that only makes sense in my eyes. I'm going to assume that the Chiefs traded their 29 pick. I don't know. I'm just going to move that there for right now. And then we'll go ahead and we'll move the pay. I don't know what the exact details are, but we'll see. So the Chiefs have the number 21st overall pick. As to what they do with that pick, we'll have to wait and see, man. I love that teams are no longer afraid of trading, man. It's so much easier this way. Okay, Patriots. I got to grab the Patriots logo, move it here. All right, very Bill Belichick-esque to trade back. Thomas, don't troll me with this DK stuff, please. I'll legitimately have a heart attack. Don't do this to me. Actually, Thomas, you haven't trolled me the whole day. It's only been KS that's done that. Please. I mean, let's get another big trade here. For fantasy purposes, I hope the pick starts. Yeah, no, listen, I agree. I don't think Mitchell Trubisky is all that great for them. Especially their pieces like Claypool, Freiermuth, Deontay, etc. Oh, man. Who are the Chiefs going to take, huh? Pick is in? I don't see nothing about it. What do we got? Let's look this up here. Okay, so Andrew running a 40 for charity like with Rich Eisen. How fast does Rich Eisen run it? I'm actually curious because I'm fairly certain I'm faster than Rich Eisen. I like Rich Eisen a lot. I think he's great. But I'm fairly certain I still got the speed. I mean, I never had speed, but when I get going, this weight starts moving in directions. Okay, so let's see here. Any news on the Chiefs? No. I mean, they should go wide receiver. That's the assumption, right? You lose Tyreek Hill, you get given a first-round pick. You use that first-round pick to move and potentially get a wide receiver that could replace him because you don't want to pay him, a lot of money, etc. So that's the assumption. It's the same reason why why the Tennessee Titans moved AJ Brown. You don't want to pay the wide receiver $25 million. You want a cheaper guy and a guy that is new to the league and can be just as relevant in a couple years. Let's see here. Rich runs a 6'5". Okay, I can certainly run faster than a 6'5". Yeah, I mean, 6'5" is, I mean, let's not get it twisted, right? Let's look this up really quickly because I know we're thinking about Chiefs, who they're picking. Rich Eisen, age. Rich Eisen is 52 years old. Okay, let's put it in perspective. I'm 26. Rich Eisen has lived twice as long of a life I have. Okay, I'm 26. He's 52. Of course, I can run faster than a 6'5". Yeah. I mean, if the whole point is just to run for charity, I would love that. That'd be great. Selection is in. The Chiefs have taken cornerback Trent McDuffie. All right, very well. Or McDuff. I don't know how you want to. I saw the E there and I put the E on it. So either way, we'll go ahead and we will put him in the position. Very interesting. Trading up for a cornerback. Very well. Haven't addressed offense yet. We'll have to wait and see when they do so. Chiefs gave up their first and what? They give their first, third, and fourth for that? Okay, that's fine. Again, I'm not in love with third and fourth round picks. You know how like the Cleveland Browns got Amari Cooper for a fifth? I love that. Anytime you can get a stud, no matter how much it costs, I understand some teams don't have cap space. Anytime you're able to get a guaranteed player that is proven to be a stud for anything like a third, fourth, fifth, by all means, you should do it because that is what's going to help your team. Sam says, I'm 57 and I can run a 5'6", 40. Listen, that's great. That means you must be working out, my guy. All right, well, congrats to this guy for getting selected. That's awesome. He's off camera. His family's losing their mind. That's awesome. All right, cool. So the next selection is the Green Bay Packers. All right, Mr. Green Bay Packers. Let's see how they're going to piss off Aaron Rodgers this year, huh? Let's do this. I wish the Cards took McDuffie. Yeah, I mean, the Cards had other interests in mind. They wanted to ensure that their offense was going crazy. Thomas Griffin says, Eisen ran a 6.77 40 dash. He's gotten slower over the years. I mean, again, he's getting up there in age, but yeah. Man, that's I'll always the Rich Eisen 40 is always a fun part of the NFL draft. It's always nice. Man, okay, so here's the thing. Earlier in today's live stream, I mentioned that there are only about like 7 to 8 teams in the NFL, maybe 9 or 10, that really think that they have a shot at winning a Super Bowl every year. And there's only really like 2 or 3 teams that actually can do it. Now we get down to the stretch of teams that truly can win a Super Bowl this year. And this first round selection that they make can be a huge, impact on whether or not they do so when they accomplish it. So whether it's Green Bay, Dallas, Baltimore, Buffalo specifically, Tampa Bay with another year with Tom Brady. You get the Chiefs down the line again, Cincinnati down the line again. This is the stretch where the champions or the teams that can potentially be champions really plant their flag, take a player that is going to help them close the gap per se and get them to the promised land. So this is very interesting. I'm excited to see because all these prior picks are teams just trying to improve to get into the conversation of being a playoff contending team. Now we're getting to the real playoff contenders. Let's see how we go here. Again, just a reminder, we talked about it earlier. There's a lot of teams that didn't have picks today. But, one of them being the Bears, the Rams, the Raiders, the Broncos, the Colts, the 49ers, the Browns, the Dolphins. A lot of teams that are in that contention, but obviously went ahead and they opted for trading earlier. If Packers draft Malik Willis, that'd be hilarious. That would be great. Honestly, at that point, they would, Aaron Rodgers would retire, actually, Let's see here. No information as to what they've picked. Just hoping that it's not, by the looks of it, the fact that the Green Bay Packers, right, hasn't said traded with the Seahawks, right? The hope that, or traded with the 49ers, the hope of one of those two teams trading their stud wide receivers is beginning to diminish in my eyes. I'm beginning to lose hope that is a potential possibility. So right now, They took a linebacker, Quay Walker. I mean, I don't know what to say, guys. Are we surprised? No. If you're a Green Bay fan and you're in here, just understand that we feel for you. Okay, we understand your pain. We do. We can empathize with the struggles in which you're dealing with. Many of the teams that we love, okay, have not always been good. And we can empathize with the idea that you guys are just getting shafted, just straight up. I don't know what in the heck, but hey, listen, maybe they think Sammy Watkins is the next big deal. I don't know. I just don't get it. I don't get it. But hey, listen, Quay Walker, linebacker out of Georgia, stud player, obviously. He's going to get the job done. Devondre Campbell played very well for them as a linebacker last season. You pair those two up this year again, they're definitely going to make noise on defense. Still need to improve offense. That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. Okay, so we have the Baltimore Ravens at 23. In my opinion, Baltimore will probably end up taking a wide receiver here. I don't see them having much, unless they're going to go sign a wide receiver tomorrow. By the looks of it, they don't have really much depth at the position. I know the other day, Boykins, and I think Boykins was released. I think the Pittsburgh Steelers picked him up off of the free agency wire. But outside of Rashad Bateman, Devin Duvernay, there's no one else that I can trust. I mean, I don't even trust Devin Duvernay unless you're playing in a league where you get return yardage points. It's the only time you ever trust him. So Rashad Bateman is the only guy there that can catch the ball as a wide receiver option. So the hope is that Baltimore figured it out. Baltimore traded back with Buffalo. Someone says. They did. Buffalo. Well, hopefully. Well, look, I'm glad. At least somebody's bold enough to go make a play. Good. Because Buffalo is one or two pieces away from being Super Bowl champions, right? Let's see Buffalo go draft a wide receiver now, huh? I wouldn't mind that. You have Stephon Diggs. You get Gabriel Davis. They signed Jamison Crowder. They don't have Emmanuel Sanders. I mean, okay, I'm just dreaming. Anyway, let me go ahead. Let's move the Baltimore Ravens back down the list here. Where's the Ravens logo? What did I do with them? Here they are. So the Baltimore Ravens moved down a couple picks. Baltimore's done a good job of moving today, actually. So the next couple of days, they're going to have some picks to be made. It's going to be exciting. We'll see what happens. All right, so that is set. We will see what happens. Okay, so no wide receiver for the Green Bay Packers. Yeah, it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. It happens. We're not surprised, guys. We're not. Okay. Roger just requested to be traded. Imagine. That's funny. Andrew, what's your over/under on how many catches Quay Walker has next year? I'm gonna say it'll be under 1. I think it's might be a bold statement, but under 1. Call him Pat McAfee. I want that interview immediately. Listen, Pat McAfee's a stud. Love everything he does. Fan of the show. I mean, I try to watch as much as I can. It's hard to watch a 3-hour program when I'm trying to run my own stuff over here every morning. But hey, guy's a stud. Much respect to him. But yeah, McAfee should have Aaron Rodgers on. I mean, he said he might, but I don't know if he's going to ask him any questions. They still got another pick. They could redeem themselves. Bills taking a cornerback? Probably. I mean, I know Tre'Davious White. They did actually take a cornerback. Kaiir Elam. Yeah, good play. Tre'Davious White did have a season-ending injury last year, which did throw a wrench into their whole secondary. But yeah, getting another cornerback just continues to help. So let's go find it. You know what's crazy? Stephon Gilmore used to be a Buffalo Bill, and damn, Stephon Gilmore became a beast in New England. Obviously, now he's a part of the Indianapolis Colts and all that kind of jazz. But all right, cornerback taken. Again, another one of these teams, Buffalo, one piece away from trying to, win that Super Bowl. Trying to get back to the Super Bowl since, 1994? When was the last time they got there? Now we have the Dallas Cowboys on the clock. The question is, what will the Dallas Cowboys do? Good question, Andrew. I think it's a matter of offensive line or defense. Nothing else in between. If they go anywhere else, I'll be surprised. How many offensive linemen have been taken? 1, 2, 3. We have 4, 5, 6 so far. I mean, these rest of these teams, I don't know if they need, like Tampa Bay for sure. Oh, Green Bay needs offensive line. If they did that for Rodgers at least, that'd be nice. That would at least kind of help a little bit, right? Just a little bit. It's not going to make a big difference, but at least if they get an offensive lineman for Rodgers, it helps because Bakhtiari will be back. They've lost a couple interior guys. You can move the guy that they slide out the tackle back into the inside and get a new right tackle. Should be fine. I'm still watching Buffalo. Yeah, look, they drafted cornerback. It is set. We're good to go. I'm sorry if I'm spoiling it. But yeah, I just report it as I get it. The ghost of Jim Kelly. Thurman Thomas and Andre Reed is real. I agree. Yeah, listen, there's a little bit of a curse there, but it is what it is. You're going to have to kill it eventually. Okay, so in all seriousness, I absolutely love Rashad Bateman next year. Sleeper at top 15 wide receiver potential. I mean, maybe. I mean, listen, just to put it in perspective, okay? I'll go pull up a stat right now. So Lamar Jackson last season was on pace to throw the most passing attempts that he was ever going to throw in a season in his career because obviously of the backfield injuries that had been sustained. When you don't have two running backs, you're going to have to throw the ball more. With that said, before Lamar Jackson went down with an injury, I mean, Marquise Hollywood-Brown was a top wide receiver. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, let me see here. What's the exact stat? I think I have it here. If I don't, then I'll be surprised. Where is it? Yeah. So from weeks 1 through 13, with Lamar Jackson under center, Marquise Hollywood-Brown was targeted 9 times per week on average in 11 games and was the number 17 overall wide receiver. He averaged 6 catches, 75 yards, and half a touchdown per game. So that was weeks 1 through 13 of last year with Lamar. So if you go ahead and you throw Rashad Bateman into that conversation, you think, yes, he could potentially get into that 9 target conversation, maybe 6, 7, 8. I mean, it's going to fluctuate. Sure, certainly. But if he's going to be given said opportunity, no one else is going to impede on that opportunity, by all means, he's going to have a lot of value. And with that, it makes him fantasy relevant, and it's quite exciting. Okay, so let's see what Dallas is up to here. They didn't trade up as they were rumored to do so. They must feel comfortable at what they want to take, or they must have a couple names that they're comfortable taking. Regardless, we'll see what happens here. But yeah, I think top 15 wide receiver potential is a bit of a reach. I don't think the Ravens are capable, based on the way that their offensive scheme is built, to produce a top 15 wide receiver, especially at the current landscape at wide receiver. With so many players moving teams and finding more value, it's going to be tough. Yeah, Thomas, I mentioned it earlier. If the Dallas Cowboys wanted to take an offensive lineman, they should take Lindenbaum, the center out of Iowa. He's one of the better centers. They need to get, something, I guess, more solidified up front, protect your investment, and replace, what Travis Frederick was a couple years back. So I would think it's a good idea. If they don't invest there, I think it'd be smart for the Baltimore Ravens to draft center. I would also think it's relatively smart for the Bengals went and signed a bunch of offensive linemen. I think they got a new center, so they don't need one either. I know the Patriots don't need one. So yeah, the only team that is going to take offensive interior at this point would either be Dallas, Green Bay, or Tennessee, because I think the rest of these teams already have guys. All right, let's see here. Any update as to what the Dallas Cowboys have done? Nothing yet, man. They got 4 minutes, 20 seconds left on the clock, and I still haven't heard anything. That's very surprising. Let's see here. Anything? No info. Okay, well, I guess we're just going to hold it as such. Man, this is absolute chaos. Yeah, I don't know. Just waiting. Thomas Griffin says for sleeper wide receivers, watch Dotson in Washington. Here's the issue. It's Carson Wentz, right? Is Carson Wentz going to be an efficient enough quarterback to get the job done with what is surrounding him? He's going from an offense that ultimately had a very lackluster offensive line because of the injuries that they sustained, that had no receivers besides Pittman, and a run game that he was able to rely on. And with relied upon offense that he could just play action and throw 27 touchdowns, he played well. But if we're not able to get into a position where Carson Wentz can rely upon a running game to set up his pass, he could be in a rough spot, which could be the case. Eagles Cowboys games are going to be quite spicy in 22. I'm going to be honest. I'm fairly certain that the Cowboys still have a definitive edge over the Eagles. Nothing tells me that they would have lost that edge. They haven't lost that much talent. And the Eagles haven't gained, like, sure, they added A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown is going to have a field day against that secondary. Don't get me wrong, he will. But it's just a matter of whether or not Jalen Hurts is able to get the ball down the field in time, because Micah Parsons is coming. I've heard nothing about Dallas's pick. I'm on Twitter, on my phone right in front of me, and I've seen nothing. So I'm just confused. Actually, whenever you guys hear it, I'll hear it, I guess. Okay, so then we got Baltimore next. Yeah. I'm going to actually go grab the center. That center has to be drafted. I mean, typically you don't want to waste the first round pick on a center, but I mean, if you're good, you're good. That's the whole point. Where's Linderbaum? Maybe this is the pick. We'll see. With Wentz back in the NFC East, listen, I know he has some revenge to exact technically, because he was a former Eagle quarterback, but I mean, I don't really think that is going to make much of a difference for Carson. Sure, he may be more comfortable against those defenses considering he's played against them for a majority of his career, but I mean, it's give and take. Tyler Smith, okay. Offensive line, Tulsa, got it. Thank you. So let's go ahead. Let's grab this young man. Where the heck is he? Where is Smith on my list? Oh, it's in the other list. Okay. Boom. There it is. All right. So Tyler Smith. I mean, they had to go offensive line. They went and replaced what La'el Collins was. La'el Collins currently a Cincinnati Bengal now. One of the top 5 run blocking offensive tackles in the league last season is now Cincinnati Bengal. Obviously makes Joe Mixon a better play. But either way, offensive line, very well. Another guy with no discipline, BS. I mean, I don't know. I don't know who these guys are. Again, I don't watch much college ball, and I definitely don't watch Tulsa. So I'll just leave it at that. Is he at least cousins with Tyron Smith? Like, do we have at least some sort of relation there to where we can hope for the best? You know what I mean? Like, anything? No? Maybe? Okay. Whatever. On to the next. I'm more excited about these other teams anyway. What's going this year, RB? What is it? What's going this year? What do you mean, Sergio? Okay, dude, I'm starving. I haven't eaten all day, literally. I'm gonna lose my mind. But how many more picks do we have? So we theoretically have 3, 6, 8 picks. Probably looking at, I'd probably say another hour and 15 minutes for those picks. I just want another trade. That's all I'm looking for. I'm looking for the dopamine hit of just copium hit of just straight excitement because somebody's moving, you know? Let's see here. Ravens' 4th string running back was solid for 2 weeks this past season. Who are you talking about? Are you talking about the man who shall not be named? I agree, Brycey. I think they should go wide receiver. Baltimore needs one. I mean, they literally just gave away their best. So, I mean, Pickens is probably a good pick here. The name says it, right? But we'll see. Offensive line, I mean, if they're going to run the ball as much as we anticipate them to do so, with Ronnie Stanley coming back at left tackle, he's already a good offensive lineman when healthy. Then you go get Morgan Moses at right tackle. Awesome. Perfect. Interior offensive line needs to be improved a bit. They have Zeitler. That's fine. They need to improve center. It's not a bad idea, but yeah, Tyson Williams. Listen, dude. Tyson Williams was literally good for 2 weeks and disappeared. He is the man who shall not be named. He is the player that infamously played against the Detroit Lions and scored 1 point. And you guys know, the Detroit Lions cannot stop the run. They just can't. They can't stop a nosebleed, in fact. Anytime you have a running back playing against Detroit, it's an automatic start. The fact that they obviously have taken an edge, they got Hutchinson. Hutchinson's not going to be able to stop the run by himself. Anyway, the whole point is, Tyson Williams, quite a disappointment. But I guess there's a reason why they signed Latavius and Devontae and Le'Veon Bell, because they knew he was only on a timer for a couple weeks until they had to replace him. But it is what it is. Let's see here. Joe W says the draft is won in the later rounds. Of course, listen. The funny thing is, the draft isn't won after the draft is done. The draft is won in a couple years. You know how players develop, how you develop said players, right? It doesn't matter who you pick. It's a matter of whether or not you're able to take their skill and mold their, athleticism and their intangibles to being the best that they could potentially be on a given team, right? So that it doesn't matter who's picked when. It doesn't matter that Tyler Smith had, off the field issues or too many penalties, somebody said in the chat, or something like that. It doesn't matter. If you're molded the correct way, if you have the right coaching staff and you have the right team around, it doesn't matter. You could be a stud, regardless of when you're drafted. There's a reason why people we talk about Brady a lot being a late pick and being, the greatest player of all time. Richard Sherman was a late pick too. If I'm not mistaken, Richard Sherman was a 5th round pick, right? Just a matter of, getting into that perfect opportunity. Do you think the Ravens take running back? No, I don't think a running back goes in the 1st round today. Absolutely not. Running back is not needed to be taken in the 1st round. I mean, last season, the only running back that was taken in the 1st round, if I'm not mistaken, was Najee Harris and Travis Etienne. I don't see any Najee Harrises in this draft class. I don't see it. Not even a little. I don't see it at all. I don't see any DeAndre Swifts in this draft class. Maybe I'm blind, but I don't see it. So for right now, I think they're going to be on tomorrow's 2nd and 3rd round. That's when the running backs come off the board. No, silly. JK is supposed to be 100%. Well, look, here's the thing, D-Sauce. There are stats over the last 10 years that have proven that running backs who come off an ACL injury, outside of Dalvin Cook as of late, no one has survived an ACL injury. Saquon is to be determined. Tariq Cohen's injury ended his career. Anybody to say that it only takes 1 year to come back, I mean, let's look at Rashad Penny. It took him 2 years to come back and be any sort of semblance of himself. Maybe almost like 2.5 years. Adrian Peterson is one of one. Anybody that tears their ACL and then you think that they can come back and be an immediate stud, it is very tough to do so, especially at the running back position. Stats across the last 10 years of the NFL have proven that it's not easy to just come back and be an immediate success. And it's tough. So he's going to definitely have to, work on it. But he's had time. I mean, he sustained the injury in the preseason, so he's had a very long time. Hopefully he'll be ready to go. Tyler Linderbaum went to the thing. Ravens, perfect. That's exactly what we wanted. Actually, what I wanted. I mean, hopefully Bryce is right here because I'm assuming. Because at this point, with no receivers and the run threat that they have, they don't have to pass the ball. They don't. All you got to do is get another tight end in this offense, draft another tight end, and then just run 2 tight end sets and just run the ball the whole time. So anyway, let's go find Linderbaum. I knew he wouldn't get out of the first. I'm just surprised that the Cowboys went for what they went for, but maybe they have a better center than I think they do, All right, so boom, that is done. Update that. I still don't have the update. You guys are updating me on the matter, so I'm taking your word for it. And my assumption was that it was already going to be a center, or an offensive lineman, just to continue to improve what they have in protecting Lamar. I mean, Lamar doesn't want to sign a contract, so you better protect him so he can stay healthy and earn one next year. I mean, he's already earned it, but still. So who do we have left? We have Tennessee, then we have Tampa Bay. All right, so Tennessee already moved up and they took a wide receiver. I think they need offensive line, my opinion. They don't need a center because Ben Jones is still there. So Linderbaum would have never even made it to them because they don't need him. They need an offensive tackle or a guard, potentially. If they don't, how many offensive tackles have been taken? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 so far. Wow. So maybe whoever was saying over on that 9 may come true. Let's see here. Eagles got Jordan Davis and traded their other. Yes, they definitely did for AJ Brown. I think Odell came back pretty well. I mean, did he? Here's the thing. I'm not talking about wide receivers, guys, coming back from ACL injuries. I'm talking about running backs. Running backs, it's a completely different beast. So, especially when you're getting hit from helmet to the knee all the time. Go check that out. It is not easy for running backs. Just go look at recent running backs that have torn their ACLs and tell me how many of them the following season have been stud running backs. Just tell me. If you could find me the stat, it's out there. I'd like to know it. Because often they just don't. They don't come back and they don't perform immediately well. It's not that it's impossible, it's that it's just unlikely. Okay, so the Jets have now traded in for the number 26 pick. So we'll go ahead and we'll move some logos around here. So I'm assuming that the Titans will no longer have a selection for the rest of today's draft. We'll go ahead and paste that there. We'll move the Jets to number 26. We will then subsequently move the Titans out of the back end here and move the Jets into their position. All right. Jets are on the clock. They have already made 2 first-round selections. They're going to be making their 3rd now. Very interesting. I like to see it. I mean, listen, they're aggressive. They got to improve. They can't just keep being the laughing stock of the league, right? They got to improve somehow. AP is really the only one. Yeah, that's the only one that I can remember. Jamal Charles, sure. But again, these are guys, it just is really tough for ACL. And don't even get me wrong, it's not even just ACLs for running backs. Achilles injuries are also really devastating. And you may look at Cam Akers and be like, Andrew, he came back quick, but he wasn't elite. Like, I'm talking about returning to an elite capacity. You get injured, you tear your ACL, you come back, and you're elite the following season. It is very unlikely. All right, so the Jets at 26, man. I mean, let's see what they end up doing. They went defensive end, Jermaine Johnson II out of Florida State. This is a guy that played 1 year at Florida State at like a maximum capacity, and he played well. So a lot of people say there's not enough film on him. I mean, obviously, Robert Saleh, the defensive line whisperer, he knows what he's doing. So I respect it. Moving in, getting the guy that they want. So be it. Late first. Moving on to Tampa Bay. Would anybody be pissed if Tampa Bay took a quarterback? Because I'm thinking to myself, Tom Brady cannot play for that much longer. They can't. There's no way. I mean, what is he, 44 now? If Brady plays another 2 years, that's enough time to get one of these quarterbacks to be relatively decent by the time, we get to 2024, right? 2025. Anybody? I think it's not a bad idea. I mean, again, I don't know what they want. I'm assuming that the front office, considering they still have Brady, want to go for broke. And they want to go and try to win another championship, right? So they'll probably retool at either... They'll probably get another defender. That's what my assumption is. Because they could go offensive line, because they did lose Ali Marpet, one of the better offensive lines in the league, a former Division III left tackle. Imagine, he played Division III and got selected and balled out as a left guard in the NFL. He retired. They replaced him with Shaq Mason, but Alex Kappa, the other guard, he left. So they could draft a guard to replace Kappa. They still have their left tackle. They still have Tristan Wirfs at right. They still have Jensen at center. So they could go offensive line. But otherwise, I'm thinking it's probably most likely going to be defense or quarterback. I mean, they drafted a quarterback last year, right? In the second, if I'm not mistaken, some crazy stuff. The Jets crushed this draft. No, I agree. I think the Jets made a huge come up. 3 first-round picks. Let's hope they just pan out. That's it. I remember the last time I saw a draft where a team made 3 first-round picks that I at least remember off the top of my head was the year that Cordero Patterson was drafted. The Vikings made 3 first-round picks. I think they took Sharif Floyd out of Florida as a defensive tackle. They took Cordero Patterson. Then they took... Was that the year that they got Christian Ponder? I don't remember. I just remember that they made 3 first-round picks in a draft before. So either way, good on the Jets. I think that's awesome. Let's see what the Tampa Bay Bucks do. And then the Green Bay Packers. What are they going to be up to, huh? Let's see here. A couple comments I probably missed. Didn't they take Kyle Trask last year? Yeah, I think they did. Yeah, they took him in the second or something. I mean, it doesn't mean they can't take another, that they like more. I don't know. I'm just wishful thinking. As someone who is a Rams fan and wants to make sure that we don't ever have to face Tampa Bay, I'm just hoping that they don't improve too much, Are there any like stud tight ends in this draft that are like just like, why haven't they been selected yet? Because if Gronk doesn't come back or has told the team, yo, I'm not coming back, they could go get tight end because they don't have OJ Howard either. I mean, my assumption is that Gronk's going to come back, but you never know. Let's see here. The Jaguars have traded for the number 27 pick. So the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have moved out of the first round. Okay. So be it. We'll go ahead. We'll remove Tampa Bay. And the Jaguars have moved back into the conversation. So let's go ahead. Tampa Bay Bucks off the screen. We'll go down to the Jaguars. Make a copy of that. Paste it there. Oops. Move that over. All right. We have ourselves the Jacksonville Jaguars. The number 27 overall pick, moved back into the first round. I don't know for what. They went edge with their first pick. Maybe they go offensive line with this next pick. Seems like sounds good to me. I mean, they just signed Cam Robinson, their left tackle. They took him off the franchise tag. This offseason, they went and they signed the Washington football team offensive guard. What's his name? Brandon Sheriff, all-pro, stud. They signed him. I mean, we know how Doug Peterson likes to run his shift. He likes to go ahead and run the ball a bunch. Travis Etienne will get the job done. Maybe you get another offensive lineman here, or it's going to be defense. Because you don't spend 4 years, $85 million on Christian Kirk to go draft another wide receiver here. You don't. You already have Evan Ingram. You already have your running back of choice. I'm assuming this is defense or offensive line. As easy as that. So, what are we doing here now? Man, a lot of teams. Tennessee and just back-to-back. And Tampa Bay just trading out of the first. I mean, it makes sense, right? You want more draft capital for day 2, 3, maybe future drafts. And if you're not in love with any of the players that are there at the moment, and you don't think they're going to make immediate impact, then yeah, move back. Go get another player. Now, again, like I was mentioning, my assumption, like I've seen in the past, like the most recent that I've seen it, if you guys remember 2018, the year that Lamar Jackson was traded, the Baltimore Ravens, I think, also drafted three first-round picks that year. They traded back in at number 32 and took Lamar Jackson. I still have an inkling, I still have an idea that maybe, just maybe, one of these teams is going to trade back in at 32, 31, 30 and take a quarterback. I don't know if it's going to be possible, but I mean, the fact that only one quarterback is coming off the board in 26 picks is surprising. I know that the talent in terms of this pool isn't great, but it's very interesting. Very, very interesting. What are your thoughts on Etienne and James Robinson? Like I was mentioning with J.K. Dobbins, James Robinson in week 16 or 17 sustained an unfortunate Achilles tear, a severe one at that. I don't know if he'll be fully ready to come back. So I think Travis Etienne will probably dominate the backfield for a majority of the early weeks and will probably maintain that starting job going into the later half of the season. His rapport with, of course, Trevor Lawrence, both being Clemson players, leads me to believe that he's probably a top 20 back. He, in a redraft league right now, could very easily have top 15 upside because of the fact that they'll, of course, get him heavily implemented in the passing game. This is a guy that in the last 2 seasons at college had himself 35 and 47 receptions. This is off the top of my head. Also, in the 3 years that he was in college, I think there were no other running backs that had more red zone rushing touchdowns than him. Like, this is a guy that could be put on the goal line. He could be used out of the backfield as a receiving back. He's healthy, obviously. Had surgery, missed all of last season. He'll be fine. He's going to be a great back. So that's my thoughts on Etienne and Robinson and the boys over there in Jacksonville. Only notable tight end is McBride from Colorado State. He's a Freiermuth with a flat tire. Interesting. Was Pickett a better pick than Malik? I have no clue. I guess we're just gonna have to wait and see. Like, look, I mean, I trust that these NFL scouts know more than I do, but we've seen it in years past. A lot of NFL scouts make terrible decisions that just don't pan out, right? Nobody's perfect. We're talking about commodities. We're talking about variables that are unpredictable. A guy could get hurt and never play a single game in his career. A guy could be the worst player despite being the number 1 overall pick. You just don't know how it's going to pan out. We just got to hope that whoever gets drafted, I mean, specifically with Pickett, they know how to surround him with stud talent. Hopefully, you know, I mean, he's got a team around him already. They just got to improve that offensive line just so they give him a little bit more time. Because otherwise, he's going to have to throw the ball in 2.5 seconds every time. All right, the Jacksonville Jaguars used their 27th overall selection to draft linebacker Devin Lloyd. Very well. Came back in the draft, and they're addressing defense once again. So we'll go ahead and throw Lloyd up on the screen. Bada boom. All right, now we are back to the Green Bay Packers. Oh, what will the Packers do? Oh, what? I mean, Pickens is still available. They want a receiver, that's it. My assumption is that they don't want a receiver, is that they'll go offensive line or defense, just like some of these other guys have done so far. crazy. We'll see, though. Very happy about the Eagles' first round. Yeah, no, listen, I think the Eagles' first round could be arguably one of the better first rounds of this year. The fact that you get Jordan Davis at 13 and the fact that you get AJ Brown for just the first and a couple more picks, you sign him to a massive deal. That's huge. That's ginormous. I'd much rather have AJ Brown and whatever the money that entails signing him than a couple picks in Treylon Burks, because I know AJ Brown is a stud. Like I've seen him do it for 3 years now, and there's no question that he will continue to be as good as he's been. When you draft Treylon Burks, you just don't know. He may end up being a machine. He may end up being a bust. And that's the only risk. So that's why I'm saying, yeah, Eagles, great draft so far. Any comments about the Cowboys' first pick? They needed to go ahead and draft offensive line. They lost Lyle Collins, their right tackle, stud, top 5 run blocking offensive tackle in the league. He went to the Cincinnati Bengals. So they needed to go ahead and ensure another stud tackle just to keep Dak Prescott safe and ready to go. So, no, I mean, I think it was a great selection. I thought they were going to take Tyler Linderbaum, that the Ravens subsequently after them took. I thought they'd go interior offensive line, but they went with a tackle. So be it. I don't know much about him, and just hoping that he pans out. Debo staying in San Fran, huh? Yeah. I mean, they said it. And I said earlier, if they weren't going to accept the number 10 overall pick, then it seems like they weren't going to accept anything. Because that's as good as it gets. A first-round pick in the top 10 for Debo, sheesh. So they obviously had no interest in moving him. Packers draft more defense to help Aaron. I mean, listen, they probably will. And I'm okay with that. So be it. I mean, I'm used to it at this point. I mean, I think Packers faithful are used to it. For those of you who are Packers fans, listen, don't expect them to draft first-round wide receivers. Tomorrow, they will be drafting a second-round wide receiver. They will. But first round, it doesn't exist. It's not in their vocabulary. The Green Bay Packers have selected defensive tackle Devontae Wyatt from the University of Georgia. There you go. Solidifying more defense. Let's go ahead. Throw Devontae Wyatt up there. Another stud Georgia defensive lineman. I mean, again, if they still had Devontae Adams, I don't think I'd be complaining. Actually, I'm not even going to complain, because really there are wide receivers out there in free agency they can go get. I talked about earlier, right? Jarvis Landry, Will Fuller, Julio Jones. I know they're all injury prone, but that's what you got. That's the best you got out there. Go make a play. Go get one of those guys, right? So yeah, we'll see. Sky Moore sounds like listen. Sky Moore is actually not a bad receiver. He'll probably be a second day kind of guy, but we'll see. It is what it is. Green Bay Packers faithful. You guys are used to it, right? I mean, come on. All right, so I wonder if Bill Belichick's going to trade down again. If not, I mean, I'm going to assume that he wants to go cornerback. We haven't seen much defense. The last quarterback taken was Kaiir Elam from the Buffalo Bills. But outside of that, I think we're in a good spot. Packers building up the defense. Wow. Yeah, no, they are. You get 2 stud players. I mean, look, like I mentioned, Devondre Campbell played well for them last year. You add Quay Walker. Great. So you add a Georgia linebacker. Then you go ahead and you're going to add a Georgia defensive tackle in Devontae Wyatt. Put him next to the UCLA guy. His name eludes me. My goodness. Why am I forgetting his name? I can see his face, but I just don't remember his last name. Somebody with that's a Green Bay Packers fan. Actually, I'm just gonna look it up because it's gonna kill me if I don't. My insides. He played at UCLA. I'm fairly certain. Kenny Clark. Thank you. Jeez, many Christmas. You go ahead and put him next to him, or maybe you just replace Kenny Clark. I don't know what they want to do, but it's gonna be interesting. Okay, so Thomas says, how do you skip Christian Watson, Green Bay? His tape is unreal. I mean, listen, Green Bay, they have their own agenda. They're going to do what they want to do, and no one can tell them differently. Even Aaron Rodgers, doesn't matter. They are going to draft the way they want to draft. It is what it is. And the crazy thing is, like Green Bay, they want to draft players and they want to build them up and then re-sign them. They very rarely want to go out and sign new players to massive deals. They don't want to do that. They want to home grow players. And I get it. I respect that. But you can only do it so many times until all the good years of your stud franchise quarterback have run out. And you're at the bottom of the barrel, you know? It's tough. What if the Panthers trade their 4th round pick for Mitch or Gardner? Gardner Minshew is not a bad quarterback. I'm going to be honest. He's a winner. Is he a bad quarterback? No. I just say that he's very he adapts to what surrounds him. So if what surrounds him isn't good, he is not going to play well. So with the Panthers, I don't think it's a bad position to be in. A Panthers quarterback could be good. I mean, they just drafted a left tackle. They have a stud right tackle. You got McCaffrey out of the backfield. You got Robbie Anderson. Of course, you got DJ Moore, who in the last, 4 years has the 5th most receptions amongst all receiving options. Got some plays there. Got some plays. All right. So, but yeah, I mean, I doubt that happens though. What else do we got here? Any trades for the number 29 pick? Doesn't seem like it's going to happen. A couple more comments coming in. Again, just want to remind you guys, appreciate you guys being here today, supporting the channel with your viewership. We've been live for how long? I don't even have a number for it. I've been live since 4:30, so we've been live for a while, but I appreciate you guys coming out here, keeping the chat active and asking questions and enjoying your time, and I'm glad you guys enjoy the content. I greatly do appreciate it. Let's see here. How do you like the draft so far, Andrew? Just got on after work. Damon, to be honest, I think this is one of the more exciting drafts because the amount of trades that took place from picks 11 through 21. So the first 10 picks were, I guess, kind of predictable to an extent. And in 11, immediately we see the Saints trade up, draft a wide receiver. Then we see after them, the Lions trade up, draft a wide receiver. Then we see the Eagles move up, take a stud D lineman. And then eventually the dominoes start to go back to where players or teams moved around, a couple more picks. And then we just got a Marquise Hollywood Brown trade to the Arizona Cardinals for the 23rd overall pick? Yeah, it was 23rd overall pick. And then we saw AJ Brown get moved to the Eagles. I mean, the implications that are just, Kenny Pickett going to the Steelers, sheesh. There's just been so much, and I love it. It's great. I have no complaints. The only thing I can complain about is Green Bay not getting a stud wide receiver, not going. I would have loved to have seen Green Bay be like, yo, we're just going to trade both of our picks and go to the top 10 and go grab a wide receiver. I would have loved to see that, but again, it's a pipe dream. No big deal. Alrighty. So Green Bay, we know why it's been taken, but I'm waiting to see what the Patriots want to go about now. Patriots take O-line. I don't think they need an O-lineman. I'm going to be honest. I don't think they need it. Now, if they do, okay, so be it. But I don't think they need it. They've still got studs across the board, even though they traded Shaq Mason. They still got studs across the board. Okay, cool. Good to go. All right, so they took an offensive lineman. They replaced Shaq Mason, literally. Okay, very well. Good call by Bryce. So who did they take? They took, and I quote, Cole Strange, Tennessee, Chattanooga. Where the heck is Cole Strange on my list? Here he is, Cole Strange. All right. Literally, I'm like, yo, they don't need an offensive lineman. They take offensive line. All right. The reason why I legitimately don't think they need offensive line is I mean, for a first round pick, I mean they've got studs across the board. I swear. Let me go find it. Where's my notes on Damien Harris? Okay, I'm on my spreadsheet for Damien Harris. They have Isaiah Wynn, 18th best offensive tackle in terms of run blocking. They re-signed Trent Brown, 36th best offensive tackle. Not the greatest, but still decent. Michael Onwenu, the third best run blocking offensive guard. They still have David Andrews. He's the 10th best run blocking offensive center. They traded Shaq Mason, who was the 8th best run blocking offensive guard, for a 5th round pick to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But I guess they wanted to go ahead and replace him. The reason why I mentioned how good they are in terms of run blocking is because truly this is a run-first football team. Now, I don't know who their offensive coordinator is, but they're built to run the ball. And they're going to continue to do so. Obviously, by the selection that they just made of Cole Strange out of Tennessee Chattanooga. Good for him. Congratulations. Now we go back to the Chiefs. The Chiefs want to take a wide receiver here? Yes, no, maybe so. Outside of that, we'll then have the Cincinnati Bengals on the clock, and we'll see what they'll be up to. Trying to, of course, get back to the promised land. Luckily, my Rams were able to fend them off in the Super Bowl. Okay. People are strange when you're a stranger? What do you mean, Sam? Bill likes line depth. Yeah, I mean, listen, if he wants to continue to build offensive line, by all means. I mean, their team is built to run the ball. There's a reason why the Patriots have been amongst the, upper tier teams in terms of running back opportunity over the last 5-6 years. They give their running backs a bunch of opportunity. The only year that they really didn't is when Cam Newton was there and stealing a bunch of opportunity in terms of rushing attempts. So outside of that, they should be running the ball still a lot. Does Green Bay have the funds to grab a decent wide receiver from another team, like grabbing someone like Debo? Yeah, they have enough. They do. If you guys remember, when Davante Adams was traded, the reason he was traded is because he didn't want to sign a contract with the Packers. The Packers matched the offer that the Raiders respectively offered, but he would rather have just gone and played with Derek Carr, so they traded him. So at this point, they have enough to afford a $20 million per year wide receiver. It's just a matter of how they can get one. Chiefs draft Pickens. I mean, that would be the hope. They get another wide receiver, try to build something there, but they probably won't. That's the thing. I think they're so confident they don't need Tyreek Hill that they're not going to even spend a first rounder for a receiver. They're going to wait and they're going to go find the next Tyreek Hill. That's what my opinion is, but we'll see. You never know. I would just, I'm always wrong. Okay. Oh, my neck is busted. Okay. So we got 3 more selections here. Yeah, Thomas, you got it right on the head, man. The offensive lineman definitely did fly off the board, especially in the second half of this draft. Only 2 in the top 10, but then it just started to flow, which is fantastic. We love to see it, man. Representing the big boys out there. The Vikings are getting a linebacker, mark my word. I mean, if they're going to eventually move on from Anthony Barr, right? I mean, Eric Kendricks is going to stay there. He's a stud, Pro Bowl middle linebacker, so he'll be fine. But yeah, they need to get another outside linebacker to help him. They gotta get another player that can run sideline to sideline and just make plays. That's it. That's what they need. Somebody that's not injury prone and not older. So I wouldn't mind them drafting a linebacker. But again, I think they should certainly focus on defense. Or the Vikings, considering they have a new regime, new head coach, everything, maybe they just trade back again. Somebody wants to come in and take a quarterback at number 32. Maybe they just, they save their picks for tomorrow. Where do you expect the top 2 running backs to go? Well, let's see what tomorrow's draft order looks like. So let's look at round 2. So it starts off tomorrow with Tampa Bay, Minnesota, Tennessee. I don't think any of those teams need running back unless someone is trying to replace Derrick Henry. Then we have Houston as the 5th pick in the second round We have the Jets as the 6th pick in the second round. Those teams could take running backs. I don't put it past them. Atlanta could take a running back later in the second. Baltimore has a pick down in there. Everybody else looks like they have stud running backs at this current moment. Yeah, I mean, it seems like if the Jets and the Houston Texans don't take a running back, that okay, so the Green Bay the Kansas City Chiefs did take the edge defender, outside linebacker / defensive end hybrid. Let me go ahead and throw them on screen really quickly. Here we go. I got to shrink his name just a little bit just so I could fit him on screen. All right, cool. Okay, someone needs to, well, okay. I mean, Cincinnati on the clock. They already reestablished their offensive line. They don't need a receiver. They don't need running back. They don't need a quarterback. So Cincinnati needs defense. I mean, how are you going to improve it? I don't know. Somebody tell me what the best available is. I think they should go corner. Because when I think of what currently the Houston Texans have at running back, they have Derek Gumbawale, they have Rex Burkhead, they have Marlon Mack. Nothing that is impressive in any regard. They need a stud running back, but maybe they don't want to build one. Maybe they're okay with running a committee situation. If they are, so be it. In a touchdown-heavy league, who would you like as the number 1 pick? Says Alon. I would take Jonathan Taylor as the number 1 pick in a touchdown-heavy league. Like, if you're getting more points for touchdowns than you usually do, then I would 100% rather have Jonathan Taylor over all other respective prospects. NFL GMs look at running back position like a plug and play. Yeah, listen, they look at running backs like running backs are expendable. You know, we all have heard it. The NFL stands for not for long, and the running back position on average has the shortest career in the NFL due to injuries and, of course, turnover and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm not surprised at the running back position. At least this draft class isn't that impressive. Like, there's no Jonathan Taylor, there's no Najee Harris, there's no Saquon, there's no monster coming out of the draft class. You know, so it's not like that there was one that deemed himself a first round pick of value. So we'll see. Any trades to be made here? Nope. Okay. I just feel bad for the guys that are there live and aren't going to be picked. That's the only thing that hurts my heart. Okay. Okay. Bengals are drafting the safety, the 31st pick. We'll see. Breece Hall is the next Jonathan Taylor, bro. I mean, here's the thing. You can't be the next Jonathan Taylor unless you end up on a team that is going to give you ample opportunity. Like, since Frank Wright, for many of you who don't know, Frank Wright is the head coach of the Colts. Since he got to being the head coach of the Colts in 2018, that team, the Indianapolis Colts, have given more rushing attempts to their respective running backs than any other team in the National Football League. They've given up so many attempts to their respective running backs. So if you go into a scenario, right, where you're drafted to a team that is going to utilize the running back position, that has a functioning offensive line, that the scheme is built to help you succeed, then by all means, you're great. But you can only be the next Jonathan Taylor if you're given the opportunity in a great situation. If you're drafted to the Jets or the Houston Texans, no matter how talented you are, sure, there's a potential that you'll bleed out from what is surrounding you, but there's always the potential that it holds you down. And that's just the unfortunate reality of the NFL and fantasy football in general. Everybody spamming Daxton Hill. Okay, very well. I mean, I'll take your word for it. It is true. All right, Daxton Hill. Very well. So we'll go ahead. We'll grab him. Boom. I had him ready to go. And I mean, I thought cornerback would be the play. They're going secondary regardless. Very well. That's fine. They get a safety. All right. Vikings fans, for those of you who are still here, Skull, what are they going to select in the final selection of the 2022 first round NFL draft? We talked about earlier. I want to see them take defense to improve what was once an elite defense and has kind of turned into something lesser of that. I'd love to see them improve that. If they're not able to, then I'd be straight surprised. Breece Hall's profile is right up there with prospects like Najee Harris and Mixon, sure. But the only difference is that when you end up with the Pittsburgh Steelers, who have been known for the last 7 years of giving their respective running backs 20 touches a game, Najee Harris becomes Najee Harris, right? He takes advantage of the opportunity. Mixon is in an offense that literally gives him the ball 22 times per game since 2019. So if you are going to be implemented in an offense that is going to give you the ball, of course you're going to succeed. All these guys are talented. But what I'm trying to say is that yes, talent matters, but where you end up matters just as much, in my opinion. Sad to see Malik not taken. Yeah, that is unfortunate. It is sad. I agree. I don't like when players go there in the first round hoping that they get selected in the first and are unfortunately not. And that hurts. That always hurts. Okay, well, the final pick will come down the pike in just a moment here. I want to once again thank you guys for watching today. Appreciate you guys coming out here, supporting the channel, and, of course, keeping it real, keeping the chat active, sending all the names, all the opinions, all the questions. That certainly helps elevate this live stream. Again, the longest live stream of the year. This thing's been going for 4 hours now. So I appreciate you guys a lot. Whether we are here tomorrow is 100% whether or not my voice box is going to work. I've been talking for 4 hours straight, and that might strain it a bit. We'll see. I'm curious, when does NFL Draft Day 2, when does it begin? Like, what time does it start at? So tomorrow it starts at 4 p.m. We might be here at 4 p.m. exactly for rounds 2 and 3. We might. We'll see. Again, 2 rounds. It's going to be another 4-hour stream. I don't know. Depends if my voice is up for it. If it is, then by all means, I'll be here. Again, I'll probably know by tomorrow morning. So there'll be a little like box in your sub. When you go to subscriptions on YouTube, there'll be like a little live stream thing. If in fact I decide to do it. Otherwise, I'll tweet about it. We'll see. We'll figure it out. No promises at this point. We'll see where I'm at tomorrow morning after talking for so long. Chaos Lord sending a donation. Greatly appreciate that, my man. Good night, Bearded Wizard. Much love. Can't wait for the season of content. Yeah, listen, I can't wait either, man. The amount of movement that there is just happened this offseason alone. I'm not even just talking about today, right, with wide receivers traded. I'm just talking about quarterbacks in general. Russell Wilson moving, Matt Ryan moving. The amount of talent that is just shifted from one team to another makes it that much more exciting. It makes it that much more unpredictable, and that is the nature of fantasy football, and that is what we thrive to play every weekend, right? We want to just have fun and just have new experiences, and I think 2022 is certainly going to be a fun one. I've certainly been working hard trying to prepare everything for the season, but we're getting there slowly but surely. Certainly going to get there. Silver Soul Jones sends in a donation. I greatly appreciate that. Thanks for the hard work. Get yourself a beer on me. Thank you very much, Silver Soul. All right, let's see here. Vikings, what are we going to do with the final pick, huh? What are we going to do? I know on stream, this Bengals still haven't selected, on mine at least. I'm just going to kill my stream because it doesn't even matter anymore. So we need to just figure out what the heck is going on with the final pick of this draft, shall we? Okay, so supposedly the Vikings pick is in. We're just waiting for confirmation on that regard. And we'll call it. So Bryce says Vikings are drafting safety Lewis. Was that Kine? So we'll go ahead. We'll go to the DBs. Throw my man up on the screen. Bada boom. Very well. And that concludes it pretty much, huh? That is day one, round one of the 2022 NFL Draft. Obviously, it slowed down at the end because the defensive players and the offensive linemen and all that kind of stuff. But hey, listen, when it was fire, it was fire. When the trades were flying, I mean, the trades are going to continue to happen. I feel like what the Los Angeles Rams did is they convinced everybody that trading is not something they should be scared of doing. And they should be just more willing to just dump pieces and start moving and building their teams the way that they're supposed to. And I'm happy about it. It should be good to go. Vikings got a safety. Yeah, a guy that's going to play opposite of Harrison Smith for the next couple of years. Should be fun. Good to go. All in all, happy with the first round of the draft. Tomorrow will be more exciting, I think, because we'll certainly see. I mean, the reason why I think it'll be a little bit more exciting is because we'll know where these running backs are going when they do come off the board. And that's going to be very interesting. Michael Amato says, dopamine fire mid-first round. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Andy. And the great conversations and opinions. So many moves this offseason and tonight. Going to be exciting 2022 fantasy football season. Grab a pizza. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, guys. All right. Well, that is it from me. I appreciate you guys. For those of you who have been watching since the beginning, or perhaps you just arrived recently, appreciate you guys clicking the like button down below, and of course supporting the channel as you usually do. That's where I'm going to call it. Round one of the 2022 NFL Draft has concluded. Be sure, if you have not yet already and want to go ahead, I'm assuming Underdog Fantasy will be announcing their Best Ball Mania 3, which is a giant prize pool, I think up to a lot of money, to say the very least, where you can go ahead and draft and prepare for the 2022 season. Of course, you can do that by signing up at Underdog Fantasy using promo code Andrew today. Again, I have shown it on screen before, but I will do it once again. Shameless plug. That's not the right one. It is this one. Again, if in fact you guys are looking to potentially go ahead and sign up via Underdog Fantasy, do that by using promo code Andrew today. And Underdog Fantasy is willing to match up to $100 of your first deposit. So again, thank you very much. I appreciate you guys supporting the channel. Got to throw these suckers back up on screen, and that is it. Appreciate it. And until next time, guys, I'll see you. Peace.